is ONN.
Right, next up we have Councilmember Renata Rollins being sworn in by Metta Hogan.
Yes. I state your name. I, Renata Rollins, do solemnly affirm that I am a citizen of the United States and of the state of Washington, that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington, as well as Olympia City ordinances, and will, to the best of my judgment, skill, and ability, faithfully, diligently, and impartially perform the duties of the office of council member, position number 6, in and for the city of Olympia, Washington, as such duties are prescribed by law. I'm not really sure what to say except thank you so much for the opportunity to bring my passion and my unique experiences to this office, as well as the relationships with so many whose lives depend on what we do here in the city of Olympia. 2017 was an absolutely incredible year for me personally, and the campaigning experience, I learned so much. I consider myself a lifelong learner, a student of life, and I hope that that's a good trait and a good fit for this office and for the community. What I learned from listening to the community is that in a lot of ways people in the community at large are so happy with how things are going in general. We have a really competent staff. We have a lot of open procedures. We have a lot of volunteer boards and committees and opportunities. But I think this election also showed that there's business as usual, and then there's the need for a little more recognition with the emergency of the reality that many of us are living in, whether that's those that are homeless, those that are renting. So I'm really looking forward to bringing that voice, and I hope that y'all will keep me connected to that reality so that I can be that voice. Simon Ben-Zoma said, "Who is wise? One who listens to everyone," and that's what I hope to do. Thank you. Just wanted to thank the folks that took time to come out tonight. I know for a lot of people it wasn't your first time coming here, and I heard that, and I know we have a lot of challenges, of course. And I want to thank Councilmember Bateman for giving a really good summary of what is in the works, and also what we've asked our state legislators to push for on behalf of this community, particularly as it affects a lot of the homelessness, the visible drug use, and the kind of supports that we need to solve that. I just want to mention that I heard, Erica, that when you said that we need to get to the root of the problem, and it's kind of that, for me, and I come from social service providing and that sort of, and working with folks that are trying to get out of or off of substances. And in my experience, getting to the root is absolutely necessary. It's also not necessarily the quickest path. And so I think it behooves us to look for solutions now, because individuals need it and the community needs it, but also to keep an eye on getting at the root. What we know about chemical dependency is it's not even so much considered a disease by specialists anymore. It's considered more of a social disease. It's an attempt to connect by folks that have difficulty connecting. And I know housing and stability is a big part of being able to rebuild one's life, and begin that healing process, which is long-term and very personal, but something that affects our whole community. So thank you for bringing that up. And obviously this is my first meeting tonight, but any folks who would like to meet with me one-on-one, I really enjoy problem solving and hands-on. I'm really interested in downtown and the community, and I'm not working a job other than this, so I have more time and flexibility than a lot of my colleagues do, so I have that luxury. I'm sincerely interested in doing what I can as an individual council member to help out. Thanks. Just wanted to comment a couple things I heard. I'm interested in the vision around Moxley Creek. I don't know the specifics right now. I did just meet today with Ron Thomas, the developer of Westman Mills, and he said that doesn't preclude the possibility of that in the future. So it's a really lovely vision. And I also, Ace, about the Fight for 15 and kind of the question of raising wages and income versus lowering costs of living, which I think is kind of what your comment about the wage was in part, or at least what it tapped into for me. And I think that's a really valid point. And I think any strategy for making the area more livable and affordable has to take both into account. I'm also interested in some cities that are experimenting with a minimum income rather than a minimum wage. So lots of options on the table. That's it. Thank you. Wanted to comment on a few things I heard. First of all, to Sarah, thanks for the update. And I'm constantly impressed by what y'all are able to do at the space. It's such a high volume, high demand and diversity of demands and uses for that space. I know other people that work there too, and I have heard of the kind of the privilege, but also the challenges of being a really active library site in a 5-county system where not, some of them are real little and you have unique needs. So I really value what you do for the community. Let's see. Fred, I absolutely hear what you're saying, and it's been a long time concern of mine. I also share what I think I heard from you, that while we're looking to improve our downtown or develop or whatever the words are that we use, we have to make sure that there's a floor there, that there's a baseline, and that we're taking care of basic needs. And that's one of my priorities, and I'd love to talk to you more about that. And then Noah, you mentioned the jungle, and I'm absolutely concerned about the emergency status there as well, and also equally inspired by the times that I have been out there and seen the dedication from many, many members of the community that are dedicated to making either that site work or another site, and working through the problems that inevitably arise with homelessness and poverty. And so thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I would also love to accompany anybody on the council who wants to go see firsthand what people are faced with out there and what they're doing with the little resources they have. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor Selby. And I just wanted to thank the folks that came out tonight. Obviously, the folks speaking in support of their own survival or the communities, and also Allison, that you came as well. To me, what it demonstrates is the old adage that we're all interconnected, and a lot of times people hear that and they think it's like this warm and fuzzy kumbaya thing, but it's actually a really hard thing. It's a really hard reality that when any of us aren't doing well, that's a drag on everybody, and it's most harmful, I think, to those that are in the margins and in the shadows. But ultimately, it catches up with all of us, and that's what we're experiencing, and that's what I heard you speaking to. I am in favor of some kind of an emergency statement, and one thing I can tell you is we are going to be having a session with all the 7 of us, where we are really going to be not so much taking more information in, but really deciding, like, okay, we've heard from a lot of people, we've heard from our staff about what the situation is from the city's perspective, from our organization's perspective. So what are we actually going to do with the resources that we have? And I'll just say I come at it from a place where, and Phoenix, if you're still here, spoke to this, that we have this image of a vibrant community and a really wonderful, livable place for everybody. And in my experience, the path is kind of like Maslow's hierarchy. Like we can't be just focused on making the really wonderful, like big, shiny things if we don't have a solid foundation of basic needs taken care of. I come from Spokane, and it had been a long time since I'd been there, and then I went back a few years ago, actually, for the Ending Homelessness Conference for part of my job, and I was shocked, like, how different the city looked. There's all these really fancy places to shop and really expensive housing, and then a bunch of people sleeping outside underneath all of the nice stuff. So that's what I don't want to see us keep going down that path here. I think it's a common one in cities. And just looking over my notes, I don't have my right hand, so I have really poorly scrawled notes. The foundation for the beautification efforts is to support our basic needs for everyone. And I think what I'll be speaking to, I'm sure, at the retreat is that we need to be operating we're operating in a world of massive inequality. It's not just Olympia. It's a world system that's that's profited from inequality and exploitation and not taking care of each other. And what are the ways that we can do that with the limited resources we have here to buck that trend, and to recognize that when we're talking about affordable housing, the home fund is going to provide for a lot, but it's not going to provide for everything. For a lot of folks, a tent is what's affordable. And how do we do that that's safe for everyone in the community, for the folks living in the tents, for any surrounding stakeholders? And the last thing I'll say is, when we talk about having stakeholders coming together, our houseless community members are absolutely one of those stakeholders. And I believe that we're not going to have the way forward until we have neighborhood representatives, businesses, and houseless folks as well, seeing each other as people. And sorry, one more thing. Since we didn't get to speak to the first special recognition for Black History Month, and to me, I think it's actually really timely that we're having this conversation at the same night as Black History Month, because what I get in my studies of not just Black history, but the living communities and examples set by my friends and our neighbors and community members who are Black, African American, is that any struggle for safety and rights and dignity is a long struggle. And we have wins and we have a lot of setbacks, but we keep moving forward and we keep building those relationships. And I really appreciate the work that you do, Charlotte and Clint and many others in our community, in building relationships. And you're an example to me as a council member, and just as a community member, as an advocate for relationships. So thank you.
I just wanted to thank Boudica and Moses and Christine for coming to speak tonight, and particularly the comparison to the situation we're in as some kind of I agree. I also think it's akin to a refugee crisis. There's a lot of ways to look at it. One, in the way my thinking, I guess, is evolving and on this is coming from, actually, I wish our deputy fire chief were still here, because learning more about what emergency response looks like in this community and other communities, and that, you know, a disaster happens, and then from immediately at that point, they move into what's called recovery phase, and like it's all about getting the community not necessarily back to normal, but back to a new normal. And I think that's really appropriate for the times we're living in, that we are probably not going to see decreased levels of poverty, because this is it's a global system that's causing it, and it's and wealth is being sucked out of our community and all communities to fund interests that maybe aren't shared here. They're not shared by me. And so how do we come together in the face of a disaster? And I think that's where most of the inspiration for me comes from. The relationships that I see being built across housing status, more and more people are coming out to recognizing it's not a situation where we can blame people that are homeless, but but acknowledging that it's systems that are causing this, and how do we work with people as people across our differences. That's really inspiring. Along those lines, I'm really excited about the retreat that's coming up, like they mentioned, probably in May, or certainly by May. And that's going to be an opportunity to start talking, at least in my perspective, what the new normal is going to look like in this community, and where are the opportunities we can provide to stop othering and start treating people as people across whatever direction or line we want to talk about. There's definitely a cultural shift, I think, that's going to accompany all of these economic reality changes that are happening. So I appreciate all the voices that are encouraging us to take this seriously, because it is serious, and folks, our whole community needs this healing work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Selby. Let's see. Just going on the list, I wanted to thank Karma for your comments about disability pay. They're well taken by me. I also have a sibling with a disability, and similar issue, just like well, we're not going to pay you as much because you have a disability. So that I see that as well. So thanks for raising that consciousness and attaching it to the intersectional issue of pay equity. Let's see. I also always appreciate hearing about the library, enjoy spending time there. I also, I do work downtown usually just with my computer, and sometimes I don't necessarily have the money to spend on a coffee, and I really like just being able to go to the library and all the people that meet and gather there. So thanks for sharing the services. To the comments around, I think that actually, David, you crystallized it really well. How can you have a healthy downtown when you have homeless people in every doorway? And to me, what that means is, if we're wanting to have a good community, we can't have a community where there's poverty. That's ultimately the issue, is we have to do the work around poverty, and around trauma that drives people out to the streets, and that drives people to use drugs or alcohol to cope, and get trapped. That's really the bottom line. And I think the important thing I take from that is that a lot of times we think of social service and economic development as these different spheres, and I think they're actually a lot more closely related than we think. And then when we do work that alleviates poverty and promotes actual opportunity, that is economic development. I think the DeVoe property, isn't that county?
County, I believe. Part of it's in the
I
county.
just wanted to get that clarification.
It's my understanding it's actually in the county, and that's why the commissioner and the sheriff's office were involved in that. So
It sounds like there might be some
I'm hearing that maybe
spillover
the line
onto
goes
city.
through the city, so we can look at that. But I don't know that our staff was out there as part of it. We can look at whether the line goes through the city.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I understood it was a county property, so maybe I need more clarification on that. And other than that, I have no further comments or questions. Thanks. We want to thank everybody that came out tonight. There's a lot of variety and different topics that were addressed, and I always appreciate that. And yet there was, in a lot of ways, a real interconnection between a lot of the issues raised, as Marianne Harvey pointed out. I want to thank you, Earth Feather Sovereign, for your organizing of this march and your consistent advocacy, and I know it comes from a very personal and real place. Olivia Hart commented about violence against Indigenous women as being kind of a canary indicator, and I want to amplify that comment. I also think it bears stating that violence against Indigenous women goes back to the time of initial contact. That has been a strategy of colonization, and it shows because it's disproportionately high today. It shows that we haven't healed from that legacy. I hear that building relationships that are respectful and coming from a place of humility and acknowledging the past and acknowledging that the past is not just in the past, it's very present, is absolutely part of that healing. So I am really appreciative of the march again, and these kind of events that can help bridge understanding and moving forward. And it's related to, it absolutely has everything to do with the environmental degradation as well. One of the reasons why violence is so high against Indigenous women is because it occurs in the man camps at the fracking sites. So it all is interrelated, and I appreciate the way that y'all have woven it together for us tonight. And I'll just, shifting gears slightly, I related to downtown and safety and homelessness and everything. I come downtown often, and I came downtown last night just walking around, and I just do that sometimes to pick up the vibe. And it's not good. And I just want to say that I understand the feeling of unsafety, and that also if those of us who are walking by are feeling unsafe, I can guarantee that the folks that are doing the best they can, finding a place that's well lit, sleeping on cardboard or anything else, are also very afraid. I've sat with folks that are out in doorways just because it's well lit, because if someone's attacking them, someone else is nearby and will hear that. And you hear yelling and just weird behaviors, and that's really scary to the folks in the doorway as well. So I just want to, I guess, raise up that all of us that are in this community are our constituents, and I'm really wanting, there's a lot of divergent needs, and I want to support the solutions that get to the roots of those problems and help us all have a better, healthier, beloved community. Thank you. Okay. I'm the introvert, so usually I like to go last. But I just wanted to thank folks for coming. I always really enjoy listening to public comment. I appreciate even though it's not necessarily a back and forth dialogue, it informs me to where folks are. And we're gonna have some more discussion about the Tuesday evening retreat last week. So we'll have some more to talk about there. But I just wanted to say to Phoenix's point about building bridges, and I think that's really an important point. And one of the things we affirmed last week was our need to work with all of the stakeholders on this problem, and that absolutely includes the folks that actually are homeless and on the streets and have experience not only living homeless, but interacting with the system from a different perspective than I think pretty much all of us have, as well as many service providers. So I really honor that point. And I believe that you've been heard, and that's going to inform our path moving forward. Jimmy, I love them's us. Thank you. And I think you really encapsulated, I'm going to be thinking of your snowball imagery for a long time, and the safer alternative. I think that's a great metaphor for harm reduction. And I think it's kind of a funny term. We say harm reduction, but it's really like safety increase. So those are things that we like. Thank you. And CC, the Poor People's Campaign, I just want to echo that. It was an amazing turnout and amazing speakers, and they will be at the Capitol steps every Monday at 2 for the next several weeks. Great event and a great national movement to tap into. And I think it's part of why that movement is so successful is because there's been so much work over the years in communities across the country, including ours, about poverty, about racism, about homelessness, and about the systemic nature of these problems. And the last point I wanted to make, just for the folks who are here, is not actually related to public comment, but was related to a prior item in our special recognitions. And it's about the Puget Sound Starts Here campaign. I think it's a really important public information campaign, and it's so important to take care of our sound and our water. And because it's so important, I just want to mention for the public that I had a conversation with some senior staff about the imagery of the stormwater guru and how I don't feel like it's appropriate imagery. I think it's appropriative and not sensitive to a really unique and special spiritual role that exists and that's not really our culture. So I just wanted to mention that, and I feel the point was heard, and we'll be looking at different imagery for that campaign moving forward, is my understanding. Just because I know our intention is to be inclusive at the City of Olympia and not marginalizing, and so I just think it's important that we are always vigilant about opportunities to be inclusive. And that's all. Thanks. I'm going to start by taking a page out of the book of my former job, which was as a peer counselor, and invite everybody to allow an exhale, allow a deep exhale. Back when I was a downtown ambassador a few years ago, Chelsea and I got to take a self-defense course at a studio over on Columbia Street. And that was what she said: when you go through a shocking situation, the first thing you do is you exhale, because the tendency is to hold all the anxiety in. And I think we've heard a lot tonight that's been anxiety-inducing for me personally, and probably for a lot of folks in the room. There's it's rough out there in Olympia. It's rough for people in Lacey. It's rough for people in Rochester. And honestly, it really doesn't matter much what walk of life you come from. It is rough. And I think we are all hearing that. There's a lot of pain in this ecosystem. And as much as I hear people say it all started when the community care center opened, or it's really just been the last 3 years, or it's been a really long time. When I first got on council, people were always telling me, because I came out of more kind of the advocacy and activism, people were telling me, you're going to have to get used to thinking longer term now. And then they come to me with 5-year plans and 10-year plans. And I'm thinking, oh, I thought we were talking long term. Because honestly, when I think back on Olympia's history, or before it was Olympia, actually, it was it was a village by the water. And that's obviously no longer the case, and that didn't happen without a lot of pain as well. That's still there. At the same time, I actually heard a lot of optimism in a lot of the comments, as much as there's a lot of pain and difficulty. I don't know about the rest of you, but I heard a lot of people optimistic about downtown, optimistic about the direction that we're choosing to take on this issue and moving forward with a community process to develop a plan. So that I would just want to say was really striking. A lot of times one of my weaknesses and strengths is to notice problems, but I heard a lot of optimism in the room. I really appreciated the call for creativity from Mr. Monahan, and I think that comes from a lot of people with different backgrounds coming and being honest about what the needs are and what the challenges are, and that's where we get that rub and that creativity, and I still believe that. I'll just say I think when we use the word homelessness, that's really one word that has a lot of other social things and big picture economic things that get stuck to it, and it's really just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, actually, I think in a lot of ways the folks that I know that are experiencing homelessness, I've actually for years thought of them as the canary in the coal mine, because the challenges that like Main Street businesses are facing are, in my view, coming from the same forces as the ones that are pushing down folks that are homeless. And it's almost like if the miners in the coal mine are looking at the canary and saying, dang, you're making me feel unsafe in here, but it's actually the same force that's I mean, businesses are struggling with a world with Amazon. I mean, people are shopping on their phones at 11:30 at night and not necessarily coming downtown. And I think that I commend the people that are doing that work, because it's just a challenging environment. Millennials don't have any money to shop leisurely. We barely have money for housing. So I acknowledge that that there's a lot of pain, but the solution comes from bringing the whole system in the room. I think that's something that I'm really excited to be a part of, and to watch the strategic plan that Colin DeForest here is going to be undertaking, and with all of you. It's a lot of work ahead, but I think at least a lot of the comments can see some brighter days ahead, and it's just in the near term, I think, where there's a lot of challenge, and I just want you to know I know that. I hear that, and I think I talked to some folks that are houseless today about let's sit down with the ODA, and I talked to Todd from the ODA and said, do you want to sit down with some folks that are homeless and just continue that relationship work? That's where I think that's what's been most revolutionary for me, and as far as my understanding of community, going back to when I was an ambassador, is getting to know people on their terms, their stories, and so we get beyond the them versus us and the zero sum, and there's got to be winners and losers. One final metaphor. When I was at the Ending Homelessness Conference in Yakima a couple weeks ago, had the pleasure to hear from a speaker named Mark Dones, and they are a researcher in psychiatric anthropology, and have been doing work on actually showing that poverty alone isn't the explanation for homelessness, that race and racism is actually a lot to do with it as well. And Mark used this great metaphor about how we can build systems with more equity by centering what the folks that are most marginalized need and how that actually helps the rest of us. And the example that they gave was about curb cuts at the corners, which was, of course, come about because of the ADA, because of the requirements for folks using mobility devices, but that ends up actually helping people that are using strollers. That ends up helping people that are doing deliveries with dollies. And as Mark said, it helps me when I'm walking down the sidewalk on my phone. So I think there's a lot of folks that are more accustomed, I guess, to speaking about the needs of the marginalized, and I want to raise up the fact that that's the intention that I hear from people. It's not about supporting people that are marginalized over anybody else. It's about we can have a better system for everybody if we look to the unique needs that people who are being really poorly served by this current system. If we center those, we can actually raise all of us up. And that's, I think, the challenge before us. Thanks for coming out, and thanks for hanging together. I think my colleagues covered a lot, and I guess I just wanted to raise up the fact, and I heard this from some folks out here, that it's not even really just homelessness. I mean, I think homelessness is one indicator of a lot of change that's underway. The very fact that the way that we're going to have to live is changing. The reality that, for example, a couple generations ago lived in is not the same. There's not as much wealth in our community. There's not as much of a middle class. And I know I'm not saying anything y'all don't know. I want to raise that up because I think as I heard somebody say, relationship really is possible, and I think that's why I'm glad y'all are engaged. That's why I'm glad we've had a lot of engagement from the community over the last couple of years. The only way that we're going to get through the changes that are underway in Olympia and beyond is through relationship and through speaking our honest truth. And I certainly hear that. I think everyone up here is hearing that. Business is tough. It's really tough right now. I hear that. And I think that some of the root of that, I'm reading other cities' newspapers as well, and there's kind of this general pattern that the way people talk about it is there's a lot more aggressive behavior on the streets or criminal behavior. And I guess to me that's just one more indicator. I'm hearing in all corners of society, enough, we're tired, it's too much, time's up, those kind of themes. That's very true for folks that are operating storefronts. Clearly, it's very true for folks that have been traumatized on the streets with no there to go, no housing. I'm really actually quite optimistic about the direction we're going, and I heard that in some comments tonight and some comments last night. Somebody out there tonight said there's a lack of imagination, and I feel that as well. And I think things can be a lot better than our worst fears. And I think that your engagement, all of our engagement, is what's going to make that happen. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor Selby. Same theme. I actually was going to talk about hope as well. And I think that's something that we all need more of, and I'm hearing more of that. One point particularly, over the last week, for those that didn't hear, the Thurston County Board of Health, which is our county commissioners, did declare a state of emergency around a public health emergency around homelessness. So that, to me, I take that as their declaration of intent to become more full partners with the city of Olympia, which they stated on the record, and looking at solutions there. So I'm really excited about that, and just want to thank everybody for hanging together. I know that it's a really tough time. I know sometimes the conversations are difficult, and I know sometimes it's so upsetting that you have to walk away and just regroup, and then the thing is always coming back together and showing back up. I'm thinking a lot about what our fire chief, Greg Wright, talks about recovery from disasters. And in some sense, it's almost like the situation we're at today with homelessness is like, we have to recover from an earthquake that's slowly been going on for 40 years, 60 years, maybe longer. And recovery takes a long time. I learned at one of the executive seminars that they just now closed the book on the recovery process for the Nisqually earthquake, which was 17 years ago. It takes time. And it's a new situation. It's a new frontier, if you will, for our community, but it's coming, it's hanging together, having the hard conversations, getting mad sometimes, and coming back and showing up. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jones. I mainly just want to commend everybody that came out and participated in what is, frankly, a difficult and painful conversation for a lot of different reasons, for different people who it hits in different ways and from different sides. I think, speaking realistically, we're going to continue to have these, and I think it's important that we're showing up, being honest, shining the light on the part of the problem that we see, because it really does vary a lot based on experience, based on one's station in life. I'm not going to tell Mr. Gaucher that his problem's not important, that his daughter's crime that was committed against her is not important. I also, as an elected official, cannot place blame on entire population for that incident. That's an incident that sounds like needs accountability. This community has a lot of healing we need to do, and I think these conversations and showing up and just being here for those conversations is a large part of that. Seeing each other, understanding, it helps us understand not just who we are as Olympia, but who we is, like who counts, who is we, who counts as we. I've been having this image in my head lately of, we hear from people that are houseless that they keep getting moved from place to place to place, and then we hear from business owners that there's always people around even though they're getting moved. And I think that's kind of what shows that we need a fundamental shift, and because that's all true. And the image that I have in my head is we've got like homeless people's problems, which is no place to live, for those that need or want mental health supports, they're not readily available. We don't have substance use supports readily available. Housing, income inequality, lack of employment opportunity in this kind of economy where there's increasing automation. So all those problems. And then over here, that they become everybody else's problems, because it's impossible to live in that kind of under that kind of pressure and not have it spill over. And so then we move over, so we've got that circle, and then it becomes the wider community's problems. And then so that leads us to, we've got to look at what our tools are. And our tools can either go back and feed into they can either hurt homeless people basically and start that cycle over again, where then it ripples out and hurts everybody, or it can take a new approach and work to heal a lot of the rifts, a lot of the pain. And I for one see a lot of hope in this approach that we're taking. I know it doesn't happen without a lot of accompanying fears. In my experience, it's really just about what Councilmember Cooper said, finding those windows to build trust, to build relationships, and having the solutions that promote those kind of relationships rather than promoting lines and boundaries between us. Someone mentioned, it was Peter Cook, about in other cities having the scattered sites. And I think that, and we heard that loud and clear from a lot of downtown stakeholders, that the downtown core in their view is oversaturated. I might question that a little bit, in that I think we may be under-resourced downtown but the fact remains, I commend staff for finding a place that seems to be a good balance between being close enough to folks that, like, it seems well sited, close enough to folks that need it, but it's not clearly not right on 4th Avenue or 5th Avenue. It's not on Main Street. And I think public safety for all, of course, is a concern. But we have to address that in a way that recognizes everyone's need for safety. And I really commend the direction we're going. And I guess I was going to ask a question, but I will also say Jim Heitzman mentioned crisis intervention models, and we do actually have a program that Ann Larson is developing with Olympia Police Department that would contract out for another agency to like a nonprofit to be able to respond to those kind of crises that aren't necessarily criminal in nature but are mental health in nature and that need a response that is from a trained crisis professional and not necessarily an armed police officer. So there's really good work from our staff in the pipeline that we can look forward to, and I think that this ordinance that's before us tonight is one good tool we can use to address. So thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate everyone coming out and speaking. I think our lenses that we look through and from our constituents are really only as good as they are informed by all the different interests that are here present tonight and that we interact with in the community. This is a great community, and I think our desire for a place that's safe and fun and beautiful and cared for is something that unites all of us. And frankly, that's where some of my interest in these tiny home villages comes from, is that those are sites for potential for good things to happen, really transformative things to happen, and they do when people have and actually they all the more so when there are engaged neighbors, because I think, and this is part of just my interest and my concern too, is I get a little nervous when I hear, that, well, we should just locate these somewhere entirely far away from anything else in the community, because I think that that starts to resemble more like a lepers colony rather than the potential for neighbors to be engaged together, even if our life circumstances might be a little bit different. I think these villages have the potential to be places of beauty, transformation, safety, fun, and I try to hold on to that vision. I know there's still things to be worked out, and we haven't even made the decision to move forward, but I try to hold on to that vision, because if we can't see and sense a good thing, then there's no way to get to that good thing and that healing. I appreciate everyone's questions and concerns, particularly people that aren't as convinced on a tiny home village as part of the solution. I was just reading a TED Talk article actually this past week on the difference between soldier mentality and scout mentality, and the author was saying, soldier mentality, you have in the context of beliefs, you have a belief, and any information that contradicts belief is kind of like the enemy, and you want to get rid of it and just hear. And then scout mentality is the people that are just going out and trying to get to know the lay of the land and the information. And that's what I hear actually overwhelmingly from the concerned neighbors from Martin Way and Plum. So I just want to say I hear that, and I appreciate that. And I think that our staff hear that. I know there's meetings scheduled with different neighbors. And I also just would encourage folks who not only want to be part of this conversation, but part of the solutions to homelessness and mitigating homelessness in our community. There's a lot of ways to do that, and a lot of organizations. And because to me, it's really the key is building and bridging these relationships across differences that may seem significant, but the odd thing that I've learned in getting to know folks on the streets the last few years is really how ordinary their circumstances are, or at least how ordinary they were before they fell into homelessness. I mean, and yes, there's disproportionately people with disabilities, disproportionately people of color, disproportionately people that are LGBTQ, but there really is just an utter normalcy. It could happen to anybody. We're in a system where we have fewer safety nets. Even the middle class, I mean, everybody's getting squeezed. It's all the same forces. So I encourage all of us to just continue to find the places of commonality and connection, because as someone commented earlier, it is bigger than homelessness. I think there's a common theme tonight with, like Mayor Selby said, change, climate change, grappling with the reality that we might not have agriculture, or like significant swaths of our continent may no longer be livable. That takes its toll, and I think the only way to survive it is through relationship. And there's opportunities to do that on the homelessness issue with Interfaith Works, Sidewalk, Community Care Center, Just Housing, just to see how normal folks' lives are before they fall into homelessness. And then oftentimes that's when the mental health situations develop, is because of living under that kind of torture and pressure. That's when the drug pattern habits develop, is because the situations are so not protected, not supported. So I'm really encouraged at our staff's proposals. I know, again, it's not decided, but to have places where people can be supported, safely cocooned, to go on and transform, to be the kind of neighbors and individuals that I want to be, that I would live up to be. I know it feels like it's happening really fast. I just want to say, if for any of you, if you ended up homeless and no place to live, I would want to expedite that too. Like, it's just something. It is an emergency. I mean, it feels like it's happening fast, I guess, but it's been years. It's a really emotional issue, and I actually think that's okay. I think emotions and feelings are totally valid and shouldn't be discarded. But then I think the question is, how do we take those feelings and emotions and decide and use our minds to decide what to do? And that's what I'm listening and hearing from all of you, and please reach out if you'd like to meet up one-on-one or group of neighbors. I'm happy to. Thanks for being part of this. Thanks everybody for sticking around, staying late, and for taking time to share your comments with us on a variety of topics. I first want to address the family members and friends of Yvonne who showed up, and I want to say that I do support an inquest. That would be something that the county coroner would call for, but given how much what a lack of trust that there is in the community, I think this is a great opportunity for more clarity to come through. Again, that's from the county coroner, but speaking as an individual, because I don't have the authority to speak on behalf of the city of Olympia, that certainly seems appropriate in this circumstance. Regarding the missing middle, obviously we had our deliberations, and I guess I want to say a couple things. First of all, on just the policies, and then on the process. As far as the policies go, for me, these struck me as very moderate and a way to change what I think were a lot of errors in 20th century planning around giving single family housing such to make so much of our zoning in our community and so many communities exclusively single-family zoning. So I think opening this up to more alternatives is a good idea, and ultimately why I supported the package in general. I do hear that I think staff went through a lengthy and thorough process by conventional definitions, but I think that there's a big need for some different processes, and I don't have ideas of what that looks like right now, but I know there's a lot out there. I'm impressed by what some of the planning staff are undertaking in the community conversation models, and I think there's a lot of room for better conversations than we've been having. So I do hear that. This proposal has obviously been well underway by the time I got to council, so I wasn't willing to put on the brakes over that process, that outreach concern, but I think it's really important moving forward, and I see the planning staff taking some of those steps and would like to encourage that. And related, and I do have comments related to the homelessness ordinances, the 180-degree turn that we've taken as a city in the last 3 weeks that I think a lot of members of the public are confused about, why that happened, when, how, who. And maybe we can hear a little bit more from the city manager about why that happened. But it is a sharp diversion from our resolution. It's a sharp diversion from treating this as a public health emergency and not a criminal problem. And I'm interested in solutions that are going to make camps workable and not whack-a-mole. I think almost everyone up here has stated that we don't want to perpetuate whack-a-mole policies that just move people around and hurt people more. It's late, so I'm just going to put this pretty bluntly, but when we're talking about the way that homelessness as an emergency affects all of us, even those of us who are not homeless. So we've got homeless people's problems. They end up negatively impacting those of us that are housed. And then we look to our tools for what to do about that, because we're all hurting from this situation, right? And our tools can either perpetuate the homeless folks' problems, or they can start to heal our community into a different spiraling direction. And I think enforcement is adding to that cycle. So we're hurting the houseless people, we hurt everybody else. And then we're surprised when we're like 10 years along trying to end homelessness in Olympia or decrease homelessness, and it's not happening. So there's that. I would like to see solutions similar to what we did at the Nickerson camp, where we said, you know what, okay, this is an area where we're gonna allow this, because that's how we had the community partners step up, right? We put a stay on the evictions, and we've had, to my knowledge, 2 faith communities who've decided to partner with that encampment. I think rather than having an abstract idea that we wanna have these partners come and put things on their own property, especially when, frankly, we're doing things that are opposed to most of these faith communities' morals over the last 3 weeks, and we've gotten letters from them that they're very disappointed. I think let's provide the space for something good to happen. We have the spaces. Our public health emergency said that we were going to put every available resource to solving this problem. We have resources, we have spaces. So I do have motions to introduce, but I'll wait till the rest of the council members can make their comments, and if our city manager wants to clarify at all the status of things, particularly after the Ninth Circuit. So I just wanted to thank folks that came out, a lot of folks out tonight to engage on the homelessness challenge, whether that's neighbors in the specific Apple Hill neighborhood or other folks that are engaging as nonprofit providers or as just community volunteers to help out. I think it's going to take all of us. One of the items on our agenda tonight is a first look at the process for the community response plan. And what's interesting about this plan, for some folks that commented, why is it always Olympia? The nature of the community response plan is going to solicit and elicit solutions and folks stepping up from all sorts of different sectors. That could be nonprofits who aren't involved yet or who are involved but might find a new way to engage with different partners that are coming to the table. Faith communities, businesses, grassroots groups, folks that are houseless themselves that are engaged in the solutions. There's really good models out there from other communities and really good things happening in our community. I think we have an opportunity to do something very, very well in Olympia. Brought on by a lot of, like a lot of times in life, it's the challenges that really have an opportunity to give us the opportunity to be our best. And I think things have reached such a critical mass here. Also, we don't know the full legal impact of the Ninth Circuit Court ruling around camping. And it's kind of, I sort of visualize it, it's kind of like nudging us together. And so I look forward to hearing more about the proposal for how we can proceed with this community plan. I will say, I think for a long time, as an advocate who was coming to making public comment on this issue to council before I got on council, this is new territory for the city of Olympia to be addressing this as an emergency, precisely because we were kind of waiting for, saying, well, the county is actually who's responsible for public health, et cetera, and not really seeing enough change. And that hasn't really benefited Olympians in my estimation. So I'm really glad that we're coming to the table with some real resources. I'm excited to hear more about the plan, and ultimately it's going to take everybody coming together. So I appreciate the engagement. Thank you. All right. I've got a lot of notes from a lot of topics that were covered tonight. So I want to thank everybody for coming out. Sarah, Pate, I always appreciate the library updates. I'm excited to hear that the I Matter teens are coming to the Timberland Library on the 18th at 7:30. They're really interesting, thoughtful kids about growing up in the reality of climate chaos. So I hope people get a chance to hear from them. Mr. Singh, thank you for coming, and thanks for the restaurant you've provided for so many years and continue to provide. As we heard from our economic development director, we don't have the information that you're asking for right now, but I'll be looking to learn more about that as well. So thank you. And also, I know we've been calling the restaurant next door Ben Moore's, but the most recent occupant of that restaurant was Shiro's Restaurant, and I appreciate you, Mercy, for providing a community space while you were there. I want to give thanks to Rhonda Morrison, who came out and spoke about some of the needs that she and folks living in the parking lots downtown currently have. I agree that taking an approach that is meeting people where they are, designating some legal places, co-designating these areas in places that make sense, and providing them with basic amenities like toilets, hand washing stations, maybe a mobile laundry, all ideas that I'm not coming up with up here, but that have been talked about that people would like to see, I think is totally possible. I've heard that idea named shelter in place. I hear people talking about some of these ideas in the context of a street strategy, which might be two names for the same thing. Not really sure. These are ongoing, but I appreciate you, Rhonda, for coming out and self-advocating. And also for CC Coates for reinforcing a lot of that point. Rent is too high. I had a whole lot of stuff prepared to say about Saturday at the Artesian Commons, and I think a lot of folks in here actually said it really well. So don't have to necessarily go through my written comments, but I think we need to reopen the Artesian Commons. I think that I know that a lot of people don't like it, but it is a place that has cultural value. And I think if if this institution was able to respond to people using it as using the park space in a way that parks intended. Granted, yeah, it was an act of civil disobedience for sure. But if we're able to come in and address that situation, then why can't we more effectively find a way to address problems that are happening at the park? I think Karma, talking about how the well is like when all you have is each other, that's a really important space. The first time I ever came to city council meeting was 4 years ago to advocate against the Artesian Commons being closed at that point. And a lot of young people that depend on that space as a community space turned out and spoke to that. And it was really powerful. And in that regard, not a lot has changed. Now there's a lot of, who said this? Mr. McCunn, Greg McCunn mentioned that he knows from people that he knows on the streets that it's not a safe place, that bad things happen there. And I don't think anyone is denying that bad things happen there. But one point I remember from a few years ago when the well was being considered to be closed was that so a couple of girls who were being trafficked were actually spotted there because it's a public open space. When we close those places off, where's that happening now in the shadow? Like, where are people? Where can we intervene in those situations that's unsafe? It's hard to understand how. It's hard for me to understand how a situation of civil disobedience has to be responded to with such disproportionate force. And I say that as someone who's been parts of demonstrations that have been responded to by riot police, a few here, one at SeaTac a couple years ago after the Trump's travel ban. And it was really, really scary, especially in SeaTac. And so I wasn't there on Saturday. I watched it on video, and that was nerve-wracking enough just to think about that playing out downtown. And I think we can do better. I've been looking at the history of People's Park in Berkeley. I had a dream about Berkeley a few weeks ago, so I started looking at that. And I guess it's just exhausting that we're kind of still like this 50 years later, and it's sort of the same tensions playing out in communities. And that was just something that really struck me on Saturday. I think we can do better, but it's going to take humility from a lot of parties. And so I'm speaking as a member of city, saying I think we need to approach this with humility. And I do think we need to reopen the commons. Lastly, I'll just say, I know there's like a lot of changes happening really, and it feels really fast, and it is really fast. And some of this has been highlighted again with the conversations around the future of the property that currently has Great Cuisine of India and Ben Moore's. And I think I'm hearing from people that that's just raising a lot of anxiety. I mean, closing the commons, the ice skating rink, just a lot of stuff that doesn't feel necessarily coherent or that there's been community input on. And in reality, I mean, there have been a lot of community conversations, the downtown strategy, and so I don't want to discount that. But I do think we need some more open-ended discussions about where we're going as a community. I'm really encouraged by what the Office of Performance and Innovation is doing. Stacey Ray is a planner with the City of Olympia who is going to be shepherding a process on our community homelessness response plan. And it's open-ended. It's intended to be generative to get people to approach it with openness and see how we can all have a piece in the solution. It's going to be really different than a typical city planning process. And I think that it's worth considering a process like that for where we're going as a community, and especially our downtown. I think there's no question that it is the symbolism of that park that is in part why there was such a conflict on Saturday. It wasn't just a basketball game. It wasn't just opening any park. It was that park. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Selby. Thanks again to everybody who came out tonight. I'm thrilled for Arbutus. So thanks for sharing your news, especially in the context of all of our climate discussions tonight. I see these kind of schools and these kind of skills as survival incubation centers. So thank you for that important work. It's just another one of those nights of hearing a lot of really valid emotion, really very real fears. And I actually think there's even a connection between our homelessness challenge in the United States and climate change, and actually these kind of solutions, which another way of looking at a tiny home village is a low footprint, low cost way of living in community, which I think is sorely missing in a really highly individualistic culture that we've had in this area for just about 150 years, not actually that long. I don't have children. I do know that most children are more likely to be hurt and abused by someone that they love and trust than by any homeless stranger. And that's the reality that's getting uncovered in movements like Me Too. So I don't take it lightly that everyone wants the best for their kids. Everyone wants the best for our future generations. I do think in order to get the best for our future generations, it's going to take a change of lifestyle, change of maybe what we think of as normal. And I think communities like this might be appropriate for people who aren't on the brink of homelessness or having been chronically homeless for a long time. 200, 300 years ago, the architecture in this area was longhouses, dozens of families living together. I know my comments are a little heavy, but that climate change report, that was actually really not any new information, just kind of a change of tone that the scientific community is saying time to be alarmed and time to live differently. And I mentioned in the study session, when I was kind of asking some questions about the success rate and people transitioning into conventional housing, and I lost my train of thought, but I don't know, we're just in a new normal, and I see a lot of hope in. That's what I was going to say. That even people that actually that are considered successful, that get off the streets, that get into an apartment or some other form of conventional housing, a lot of them will, when they were back in touch with us as their former case managers, they tell us it's so lonely living in conventional housing. I don't have the community that I had, even with all the vulnerabilities and the scariness and the weather and the crime and the coping techniques, that a lot of people feel really lonely when they move into what probably most of us consider a conventional style of living. So I just keep that in mind. Stay in touch with us. It sounds like St. Mike's, is is having a definite seat at the table on this advisory committee. The hope for our survival, whether it comes to this inequality and inequity that we're subject to, or climate change, is in relationships and equitable, holistic relationships intentionally built across perceived differences. So there's a real opportunity here, even though it's scary. There's a real opportunity. Thanks again for coming out. Thanks everybody for coming out. Just to go down a few of the names that I took notes on. I wanted to thank Mr. Jacobs for your comment on the multifamily tax exemption and how that might be more effectively used for housing that is for more accessible, affordable housing, whether that means people at 30% of income, 50%, 80%, which is about where I'm at, or even 100% of the average income for this area. So we have, my understanding was we're looking at more shifting that direction. That's not a decision yet, but using that tool as a way to promote the kind of housing that we need more of, which is more affordable to average or lower than average incomes. I also think it'll be helpful to have more transparency about the costs of what it takes to construct and develop housing, because it's definitely, I mean, the cost of a project doesn't all go into the pocket of, that's not all profit. There's a lot of costs that it takes to develop housing. So that kind of transparency is going to be helpful and useful in the future as we're making decisions. Lisa Gelati, I just want to commend you on the work that you've done so far on this project. It's quite commendable, and I was really happy to see you in the parade on Sunday too. Yeah, just someone who lives by example and just like sees a gap in the community and is figuring out how you can do it, even at clearly great sacrifice to yourself. So I commend that, and I'm really happy with the connections you're making in the community to realize that dream that for you and for the rest of the community as well. Let's see. So Michael Scott asked a few questions, and you may, so the hearing examiner is actually someone who's not in this room, but that's someone we contract with who approves specific projects. And really what his job is, as I understand it, is looking at the laws and zoning as it's set up broadly and just seeing whether a project applies or falls within what's allowed. So, and again, my understanding is that, you know, when a developer has a project, they may pay specific fees to the city, but it's not going to anyone's specific staff member. It just goes into a general fund. And then as far as going to the camps, I definitely have not as much outreach as I used to do, but I was just there last weekend to bring some food by after an event. So I think that, and then this kind of piggybacks into Richie Mello's comment about what our job up here is to work with the people and find the best solutions. And I think just what I've come to know is there isn't one silver bullet. but it is about working with the people and finding the best solutions. The very ground level, as far as what I consider a solution, is having safety and public health and sanitation for folks that don't have what we might consider conventional housing, and then all the other solutions from there on up. The home fund, which we heard about a little bit from Carrie Retlin, tiny homes, which we're going to talk about later in our agenda, and even like the land trust, which is working to promote affordable home ownership. So I really see it as a spectrum, and I would love to talk to people that have more ideas because for solutions, because to me, I mean, really just for me, hearing from as many people as possible is how I try to make sense of it as just one person in the system. And CC, thanks for always raising awareness and using your time to show the truth that you live and experience, and encouraging other people to do the same. I'm really looking forward to having some of the solutions available that are going to be safer for you, for other people who need more safety and deserve more safety. And lastly, Gary Speltz, thanks for the invitation to the event. Thank you.
And I want to thank everybody that came out here tonight, particularly people that were willing to name your fears, name your experiences, and just kind of humbly come and ask for some kind of solution. I will follow suit and name one of my number one fears as a somewhat young person, not super young, but looking at the realities of disparity widening and the emergency of destabilization from climate change. My fear is that what we're seeing right now, again, as Councilmember Cooper said, without a major intervention at a larger scale, is only the beginning. That's my fear. My hope and my faith is that the solution, I mean, of course we're going to be coming up with plans and strategies, but for me it's one guiding principle, and that is we have to be willing to continue to forge relationships, even difficult ones. And it's definitely a challenge. Other council members have mentioned some of what's in the works, and besides the mitigation site, the tiny home village property that was purchased on Martin Way with the home fund to become the first site for permanent supportive housing, which voters so generously passed with the home fund earlier this year. One really interesting success story that we haven't heard a lot about, I think, is because it's so successful. And it's a tiny encampment that's self-managed on undeveloped park property that's successful because the residents of that camp, it's about 10 people, were empowered and entrusted to take care of that space. And they had partnership help from United Churches and from Just Housing to forge, these relationships, so that every camper, every resident of that camp has a person supporting them with help with their laundry. It's just been this partnership, and the city, all we did was realize that we had this kind of unconventional resource. We had property. And the success has been the community coming together and make that work. That's a really small example, but that's where we start. And that's where I have a lot of hope for this, the community response plan that's kicking off at the beginning of 2019. Because it's not just about, this plan isn't just about what is the city of Olympia gonna do, because again, that gets to my fears that we don't have the resources as one city, but but to my hope and to my faith into what I've seen work, which is a plan bringing people, allowing the space for people to come and offer, what do I have, how can I help? Because we are a really compassionate community. I think, so we'll let that be. Bullying is not acceptable, absolutely. But I'd be remiss in saying that if I didn't also address just the structural violence that, and the conditions we see on the streets are the result of the structures that aren't working for most people. And I think, I mean, like Mr. Callison said, like, the amount of taxes you pay, our tax and revenue system is not equitable. Like, the name of the system, in my view, is oppressive. It's a downward pressure that almost everyone faces. And at the very bottom are the people that are on the streets. And there's a reason why it's disproportionately people of color, disproportionately people who are in the LGBTQ community, disproportionately people with disabilities. Because that pressure is just felt, is just experienced a lot more intensely in some communities, and it's frankly just a matter of statistics. People end up on the streets. So, but we're all feeling it, and that's a reality. And I think we have to, rather than look to us versus them or bullying or zero-sum games of why are you doing this for these people and not these people, we have to imagine beyond the zero-sum game. And I don't know how to do that, but I try every day. I think we're all trying our best. Thanks again for coming and speaking.
I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. And actually, Lee Miller, you teed up some of my thoughts the last few days really well about the need, if we're going to be acting ethically and responsibly with frankly, the power and authority that governments have, we have to absolutely consider that. Along those lines, one initiative I'm really interested in pursuing this year, and it may not happen this year, but we're going to be pursuing it, is a new commission. Mayor Pro Tem Jones had brought a referral for a women's commission, which is kind of being refined into a human rights commission. What I see a need for is an equity and justice commission that is internal review to city policies to make sure that we're operationalizing equity, justice, fairness, accountability, which really is just about increasing our trustworthiness and making sure that we're doing excellent work. You know, we have a planning commission to review our policies, our land use policies, to make sure that they are compliant with our comprehensive plan and with the Growth Management Act and other relevant documents. And I really see room for a commission that can increase our trustworthiness as an institution. Talana Reed, I want to thank you for coming tonight too. I know it's difficult to come here in this room and with the panel of 7 of us. I don't have the answers to the questions you're asking. I'm not even sure how I would really get the answers to some of them. I honor that you're asking the questions. I honor your loss. I want you to know that I respect your intuition. And as I mentioned last time, I'm happy to meet with you one-on-one as well. Thank you again. Thank you so much, Mayor Selby. Okay, I gotta exhale. Thank you everybody for coming out. The kind of courage it shows to come here and speak your truth is part of what makes me so proud to be part of this community and part of what gives me hope that we can continue to come back together despite differences of vision that clearly exist in the room and out in the foyer for those folks out there. I'm so glad that the conversations are happening, and my hope is always that, especially when it's a large turnout, that you see this as not just you communicating with us, but that people are hearing each other, and I think that that's happening. I want to go in a bit of a different direction, because a lot of the comments I heard tonight touched on a topic I've been thinking about as well, and also in reading the Facebook conversations about the state of downtown and such, and start with a personal story. So this goes back to 1986, probably. I was 3-4 years old. And I was at the Kmart. I was like riding in the back of the cart like they used to let us do before there were liabilities concerns. So just standing in the back of the cart, and my parents, we were in the checkout line, and an elderly couple that was in front of us said to me, like smiled and said, "Hi there," or something like that. Pretty normal interaction, right? Except from at that point, I panicked. I screamed. I was gripping the cart with tight knuckles, and I was so afraid that those two friendly people were going to take me away from my family. Maybe an unusual response, and maybe some of that is just my own personal nervous system, but some of that is also social conditioning, because my parents, and I love them to death, but they were very into the stranger danger thing. And I was always running through scenarios of like what to do if this happened, what to do if a stranger says hello even. And I share that story because it's not just my story. I think increasingly we're recognizing that it is our story. We are a nation of anxiety. And because that was such an impactful story in my my development, I've spent a lot of time thinking about the experience of fear and anxiety, and noticing when it surfaces in communities and in myself, and wondering about who benefits from that kind of fear. You know, just backing up, I mean, they've surveyed college students, and from 2008 to 2017, the number of students with diagnosable anxiety more than doubled, just over 10 years. That's actually been shown generation upon generation the last 50, 60 years. We're increasingly fearful, even though crime is going down. Another study in the New England, a researching student followed the habits of children and how far they were allowed to walk in their neighborhood, and what they were allowed to do unsupervised, and then went and back to that same neighborhood with a lot of those children grown up, and followed what their children were allowed to do. And the fear is so much stronger, and it's really hard to explain, because in that community, like so many, violent crime has gone down. And that's not to discount when scary things do happen. It's just something that I notice, and something that I wonder who benefits from this over fear. And I think certainly Amazon benefits over small businesses. The fact that a lot of us are afraid to go and take care of business in our own communities. I think politicians benefit off of divisive language a lot of times. And ultimately, who loses is all of us. It's hard for me to explain to myself why some people in this community can walk through the same downtown and have just such very different perceptions of what's going on. And I don't have an answer for that. We heard from a couple older women speakers who said they go downtown and feel fine all the time. I know I feel safe downtown generally. But that's obviously not universal. So I'm just putting that out. It's not an answer. It's really more of a question. I do believe the solutions to these problems are going to be found in having the courage to get close to them, and to be able to hear the people that are most directly impacted by homelessness, by addiction. We can't be coming up with solutions without getting close enough to understand, and I think we have an opportunity here in Olympia to do it differently. And it starts and it ends with these kinds of conversations and hearing each other out. So once again, thank you, and I'm so proud to be a member of this community and to be a representative on council. So I just appreciate everyone coming out. I was really struck by the question, is Olympia a better place now than it was 2 years ago? And that made me think in the bigger picture, is this country a better place than it was 2 years ago? And I think it's really easy to look at all of our challenges and how really hard it is right now and really bad it is right now in a lot of communities, and think that it's just a local issue, and it is has everything to do with wealth extraction and with not having as many resources locally as we used to. Families are burdened by the cost of rent, the cost of healthcare, the cost of childcare, piling up debt, education debt, medical debt. Yeah, it's hard, and I don't think that anyone's having an easier time now than they were 2 years ago, and I think that's pretty true broadly. Racists, transphobes, homophobes have been emboldened the last couple of years. We just heard about the incident outside of Jake's. It is hard.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I would like to add one more comment. To anybody that actually knew about the point in time count and didn't participate, that had to be a conscious decision. With that, we will go forward to, I need a motion to approving tonight's consent calendar.
So moved.
All right, so I've got one small correction on item 4J and a couple comments. Anybody else?
I do have a question on 4E.
4E, got a question, just a clarifying question. You don't want it pulled for separate action?
No.
Okay. Item 4E. Anybody else? Okay, I've got Councilmember Jones.
I have comments on item 4F and 4M.
Oh, I do as well. So we'll share that. All right, Councilmember Gilman.
I'm going to comment on item 4E.
All right, we got lots of action on those three. So how about if I start with a small correction on item 4J. It's on second reading, so it is just one of those almost like a Scrivener error that got through. And also just under item, it's for your information, it's the approval of the ordinance updating the City of Olympia sign code. And so under 18.43.060, general sign standards, item 7, we added language at the end of that paragraph, and it says, this provision does not apply to interpretive signs along trails. The added language is or non-commercial message temporary sign types and standards as set forth in Olympia Municipal Code 18.43.085. So it was just an addition, a clarifying addition. So that's item 4J. So I'm going to, if it's all right with everybody, add that to when we do our motion. All right. Then I've got Councilmember Rollins with a question on 4E, which is the approval of the 2019 Land Use and Environment Committee Work Plan.
Yes, I have a question for city manager. So we've had some conversations about the restroom inclusivity and how Tacoma and Bainbridge switched over so that any single occupancy bathroom in the city is gender neutral. And I was told that this was on the work plan for land use. It looks like that specifically the take is a little bit more narrow. It's for future construction of restrooms. And so I'm wondering if I can still, I suppose that would be a referral unless there's something to do right now, but should I work with staff as we initially discussed? Thank you to my colleagues for those comments. For me, the most pressing number is the 11-year deadline. And I've just been wrapping my brain around that ever since the 12-year number came out a year ago. And just having spent 1 year in a local government bureaucracy, and like time just does not seem to work that way in any like level of government. And so I guess my comment, what I've come away with over the last few months, is we need to be looking for the wormholes, like the shortcuts through time, because I don't really know any other way to do it. So there's that. And then I am curious, Rich Hoyt, but maybe it can just be an email about the comments about the traffic light at 4th and Plum, because I've experienced that too. And That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for everybody who came out tonight. I first wanted to address the doctors who unfortunately aren't here, but I just learned yesterday that backing up, there were comments made about people who have substance use disorder and how that contributes to homelessness. And I think the data is a little bit more ambiguous than that, but certainly they're related in some ways. The Seattle is Dying documentary was also mentioned, and some of the solutions on there. And actually, one of the solution that works the best, besides housing first, is medically assisted treatment. We have a clinic that does that in Olympia, but they have a shortage of prescribing physicians. So I would also put this out to my council mates who may have doctors in their circles that the Olympia Butte Clinic at Capital Recovery Center desperately needs prescribing physicians for the medically assisted treatment that they provide. They're a very busy clinic, and this is not a volunteer gig. They have grants to pay these folks. So I would appreciate, and I know they would appreciate having that word go out to a broader network. Let's see. I'll just address what Lisa answered briefly. I just want to thank you for raising the awareness, for bringing that up. I can't comment on personnel issues, but thank you for being here and raising awareness of that history of Officer Donald. And Amy Troyer-Karras, I understand the frustration, and I'm honestly not sure at this point what more can be done from the city. So, but thanks for coming out. And that's all. Thank you. Just real quick, I appreciate the discussion about doing work and exploring what we can do as a city to help get to the root of the housing problem, because it is often that we're in react mode. When I agree that it's the fact that housing is for profit instead of nonprofit or public and otherwise accountable. I think we get around a lot of the problems that Mayor Selby identified, where sometimes housing that's affordable is not very decent or safe. And so, believe we can have all of the above, and I appreciate that discussion. I also think, Janae, I wanted to thank you for coming out and for the work that you all have done for Design Month. And I thought it was kind of a related topic, the panel you mentioned about how buildings happen, because I expect that it will be some of what I've learned over the last couple of years about what is the process, where do the costs come in, and so that I assume would be a great primer for kind of how things are, why things are the way they are now, and then there's other people working on how to make things and pencil out differently in the future. So, thank you everybody for speaking.
Great. And I wanted to close as well to thank your team of two. I'm sure there's other people helping you, but definitely thank you to Jamie Heinreicher and Janae Huber for pulling off the first ever Olympia Design Month. And like she said, you can find out more about what they're offering at olympiadesignmonth.com. And I look forward to seeing this event grow. With that, we are finished with public comment, and that takes us to our consent calendar. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions, comments, or polls? Anybody?
Just a comment on 4C.
4C? All right. Anybody else? All right, let's take that comment now.
Okay, just this will take a little bit off of my report at the end of the meeting. This is a comment about the mid-year retreat we have coming up, which general government discussed at our last meeting, and I just wanted to thank Kelly as well as Susan for the work helping put that together. Susan in particular did research to find a de-escalation trainer, and so we can look forward to that this coming June 8th.
Wonderful. Thanks for that. All right.
Thank you. I did want to respond to some of the comments that we heard tonight on a couple different topics. And I want to start with we got a postcard from YWCA, and it has a theme for their luncheon. It's a question: what would a community that deeply valued all its people look like? And one of the answers from a youth participant at the Y said completely different from ours. And I'm starting out with that because I believe that deeply, what this youth participant said. What would a community that deeply valued all its people look like? Completely different from ours. And just like to feel that. Yvonne McDonald's death is really, really sad, and it's really, really unsatisfying, this situation. And my comments, I will just say up front, are going to be probably unsatisfying as well. But I do feel a responsibility to be transparent with where my thinking is at, what I understand right now. It can evolve, but I'm going back to last August when the news of Yvonne McDonald's death first hit Olympia. And it was really startling on its own, but also combined with the fact that was when the cat killer was at large, and there were real fears of a serial killer that was escalating to humans, and a fear that women of color may be targeted. Coupling that at the hospital, from what I understand, an attending nurse made a couple of inaccurate speculations based on some observations of symptoms she had that put out the story that there was a sexual assault, which later is determined not to be true. But that was all in the atmosphere and in the air at that time. An unresolved death is difficult for everyone. The investigation, as we've heard, is open, but it's at a standstill with no further information. The case supplemental report is a public document written by the detective, which shows who he talked to in the family, Yvonne's close friend. He knocked on 50 doors in the immediate neighborhood, which generated no leads or signs of assault or foul play. Rather, a picture of someone who was very sad and having a hard time taking care of herself increasingly, to the concern of her friends and family and neighbors. There's no conclusion in the coroner's report aside from blunt force trauma. However, given all of the other circumstances and her health, the working theory, unless something else comes to light, is that she fell and fatally injured herself on a porch of an unoccupied house around 2:30 a.m. because she was so medically fragile she wasn't able to survive the injuries from the fall. So that's where things are as I understand them, and it's disappointing. If there's further information, I hope people come forward and let the detective know to answer the unanswered questions, which the family deserves. I do believe every institution in America needs to do work related to anti-racism and racial justice, and that goes beyond diversity trainings and trying to cultivate colorblind attitudes. That's why I've advocated for the city to become a member of the Government Alliance on Racial Equity, which we are in the process of joining. But to those who are following this case with earnest, if you have not seen a copy of the case supplemental report, I encourage folks to look at it.
All right, thank you, Councilman. All right, do you have?
Then I just have comments about homelessness briefly.
Okay.
So, thank you. I think that some of the conversation around encampments, there's a point that's that's getting lost on when we talk about human habitation, and that's that all human habitation in this culture takes a major toll on the environment. Like if we're living in single family housing, driving cars, riding in planes, we are contributing to making the planet less livable for us and for future generations. And I know that's a little more abstract to think about than when we see feces and that sort of thing, but it's just something I think we have to recognize when we're looking at how to make equitable and safe places for people to live. I do think there's a middle way between the mitigation site, which is really highly managed, top down, works for some people, doesn't work for everybody, and then the illegal and unrecognized encampments that generate most of the complaints that we hear. And I think it's going to be necessary that we pursue this middle path because we need solutions that are more cost effective. I mean, we don't have enough money in this city and probably not in this county for mitigation camps for the size of the population that we're talking about. And honestly, I've worked with folks that are homeless. I know a few hundred people, or have over the years, who've been homeless in this area. And most people don't need that level of supervision, we'll say. People can self-organize pretty remarkably under really difficult situations if we have open communication and more of a coordination or facilitation style rather than a management style. So that's not an answer, but I think there's an answer in there somewhere, and I look forward to the conversation evolving. I know there's going to be, if you come next week, we're going to have a year in review of everything that's been going on in the city related to this topic. And I just encourage that it's going to take not just helping people and not just charity, but real justice and real equity and real sharing of what we have. So thanks for being willing to come speak tonight, everyone who spoke on the topic, and I'll end it there. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank everybody who came out tonight, of course, to speak, as well as thank the people at this organization who have done so much over the last year in our learning process about the situation on the ground, about the root causes. It's really been quite a long way we've come in the last year. I keep thinking of this quote that I read by a doctor who writes about and specializes in addiction and chemical dependency. And the quote is, "It's hard to get enough of something that almost works." It's hard to get enough of something that almost works. And being a peer in recovery, myself, that just hits me. Everybody I read that to, they're like, yeah, that. And then I come with my policy brain, policy mind, and I think there's something in there too about policy, about our practices, and that the way that we're doing things right now, the status quo, even though we've got a lot of great options that we're building, and we're setting good examples with those options for other communities in the region, around the state, even out of state sometimes. There's just the sweeps just don't support that model of the world that we're trying to build, and you know, like any kind of, so I think we rely on it too much. And like any dependency, if you become dependent on a chemical, dependent on a tool, dependent on a practice, it really helps to talk about what's at the root. And I think that someone Shelley towards the end said very well about being the cost of land rising, the cost of living rising, and it's the system that's doing that. And we have to say that every opportunity we have to say that the system, whatever name you want to call it, that's the diagnosis. And sometimes it can be so relieving just to know that what's at the cause. And we need solutions that are promoting healing from this system that's hurt all of us in some way or another. And just to displace is kind of repeating the same old story of this continent, really. And it's not healing, it's not cost effective, it doesn't promote equity, doesn't promote partnerships, but we have really good examples. Nickerson was mentioned. I think the way that our staff are working with the 4th Avenue Bridge encampment right now, kind of the problem solving, relationship based, and it's that middle way between, you know, anything goes, totally unpartnered, totally unrecognized, totally illegal encampment, and the really highly managed style. So whether we call it shelter in place or a middle way, I support that option. I know that my colleagues know that I do, because we have to heal from the system that's causing. A headline I saw the other day is that homelessness is not a result of poverty; it's a result of prosperity. Like it's built into the fabric of, it's built into the operating system, I guess what I'm saying, and we need a system upgrade. And it comes from how we treat each other. I mean, it's not going to come from the federal government. The funding would be nice, but it comes in how we treat each other. And I know, even though it's very easy to identify problems or visual problems at encampments, if we all knew what that did to just sweep somebody and have no safe, legal, and reasonable alternative, I know we would not do that. We wouldn't do it. So thank you for everybody who's working with folks in camps. Thank you for the folks that came from your camps and residences to speak tonight. And thank you for those who are here to speak who don't agree with my worldview, because we have to figure out how to do this together. And so thank you for having the courage, everyone, to come here and speak to us. And thanks for listening to what I have to say. And let's keep figuring out those community-based solutions. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the folks who came out tonight as well, and echo a lot of what I heard tonight up here. And it's just it's an example of the the community challenges, global challenges, and how it all kind of comes to head, and we're a community and have to figure it out. I am definitely interested to hear what council members Jones and Partially would learn in bringing this resolution to the regional group, because I do think there's power when there's a need for action at the national level to have endorsements at the local level to keep the momentum going. So I would definitely be in support of us passing some kind of resolution in support of a Green New Deal. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. I look forward to the process continuing for 2828 Martin Way. I appreciate the comments from everyone who shared on that tonight. My understanding, based on a smaller meeting that I was part of that was at City Hall with just a few neighbors, was what I was hearing comparisons with, and the vision at that time was kind of comparisons to the Drexel House, which I still think there's a lot of faith to that kind of vision of its permanent supportive housing, its shelter as well. A lot of people don't know that the Drexel House has shelter, but I see it as a similar model, but with different partners. And I think I hope and I believe that moving forward, there will be more neighborhood participation. And lastly, Linda, I want to thank you for speaking these last few meetings, and for the courage it takes not only to speak and speak openly, but to go and see what's going on downtown. I've had some of that experience myself and found it to be really valuable. And just to add to what a couple colleagues up here said about the life-saving work that happens when we're able to openly have those test kits passed out so people aren't going to inadvertently overdose. And kind of that there's there's materials that are helpful, but I think what's really the power of that kind of model is the relationship building. And I used to work at Capital Recovery Center, just that away. It's housed in the same building as the Thurston County Syringe Exchange, and that's what I came to realize was the important thing, was the building relationships, because addiction happens because of stigma and shame. And when people are able to just build relationships with other folks and feel like seen and loved for who they are, that's where you find the possibility of real like dignity and change. And I've seen it work. This meeting happens to fall almost 11 years to the day of my godmother's passing, which was from opioids, and we didn't know that till the autopsy came back. So I really support the life-saving effort and the efforts of folks who really just are there to love folks no matter where they are in their journey, and that's how we build a stronger community. So thank you again for coming out, everyone. Thank you. I want to thank everyone who came out and spoke tonight. I don't always have a quick response. That's not really my strength. And if I don't respond to individual comments, it's probably because it landed somewhere where I need more processing time. I do want to say that we live in a time in history that's long overdue, where institutions are incumbent to reflect on our racism, on our otherism, on the foundations on which we were built. A little over a year ago, I became aware of a program called Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and had been pushing for us as the city to sign on to that, which is a great network of local and state governments that are doing this serious work of anti-racism. And so it gives us a network of peers to draw from as we look at what kind of an initiative we can take on as a city. So that is in the works. I've already been in conversation a couple months ago with folks at the YWCA, and I'm hoping that they're going to be a great help in that, because one of the things that GARE is really strident about is that you have to partner with communities to get that work done. And so that's what I intend to see through, and would look forward to that conversation and partners with anyone here. We had a lot of comments about the missing middle, and I think for a lot of people in the community, it's a lot of, missing middle in 1923, there's a lot of jargon out there, and frankly, that most people aren't following when I talk to folks. But to me, I'm just looking forward to moving forward as a community, knowing that there is no path to a sustainable future with when we are basing development on single family housing. And so we know, I live in an apartment, and I think that's the only way affordable apartments is how we're going to make more room for more people and not sprawl into our open spaces, not sprawl into our open spaces within the city, and not sprawl into county areas. And I look forward to whatever path it is that moves us forwards to that future. So there's more space in Olympia for everyone. And let's see, lastly, Lisa, we've been in touch a little bit, but I'm really proud of how far you've come since you started the process, and just the partnerships that you've been reaching out and bridging. And I am just so amazed that you're at the point you are of building the hygiene vehicle, and it's a huge need. And I did talk to Carrie Retlin, our staff, and if you all haven't spoken already, he's willing to walk through with you the process is for getting city contracts, because that's something that I know we're at a time where there's a lot of new groups that aren't necessarily familiar with how RFPs work for public contracts. And so I'm hoping that we can be part of that education process, so that folks that want to work on homelessness and mitigation, or any other community problem, frankly, have more access to that information. So thanks for pushing that conversation and for your work. Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming out who's still here. I wanted to speak to Talana and Cheryl and the folks that came out to speak about Yvonne McDonald. And first to acknowledge that, just to say I'm sorry that Yvonne passed away and the pain that you're going through, and then it's compounded navigating these systems. And that I know that my response has not been adequate to you or appreciated, and I acknowledge that that's added to your pain, and I apologize for that. I am listening. I hear the request for an outside investigation, for an inquest, for policy around rendering aid to people that are found unconscious, as well as the question about about a male officer attending to a female who was in distress and not fully clothed. And so I guess my question back about what an outside investigation might, what the benefits of that would be I know there's a lack of trust, especially amongst communities of color, but with our police department, and that's also with other police departments as well. And so I'm curious to learn more about what kind of credibility or how that would help your family find peace. So that's my question back. I know the inquest is would be a county action by the coroner. I will ask for more information from Steve when we meet again about policies about rendering aid on the spot. I know that I have a family member who's a garbage collector in Spokane, and he's asked for similar policies in their jurisdiction. So I would like to know more about that, as well as our police officer response to people that are in vulnerable positions. And just to, I need to make a clarifying statement about something I said last week at the request of the YWCA. I had spoken about the city recently joining GARE, which is the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. It's a national network of government working to achieve racial equity and advance opportunities for all. And in my comment, I mentioned I'd reached out to the YWCA, had a conversation to discuss possible projects related to race equity in our community. And while that's true, it may have implied that there is a current partnership or agreement between the city and the YWCA, and I just want to clarify that in fact no partnership currently exists. The Y is a local organization I trust, with staff and board members whom I respect and I learn from, and I want to apologize for that ambiguity. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify, and I look forward to continuing conversations about how the city organization can do effective intercultural and race equity work towards the vision of a better Olympia for all. And I think my response last week was weak in going right to institutional issues and not speaking directly to what we were being addressed. And part of why is because as much as I'm hearing what the requests are, I know that at the root, the work that we have to do so that we don't keep repeating this pattern in Olympia is internal work on race in this institution and improving our relationships and improving our transparency. And that's why I'm really excited about GARE and why I was excited to bring it up last week. And I know there's a lot of work ahead, and I know that we're going to do it. Thanks again for coming out and for continuing to educate me. And I want to thank, again, the YWCA for the work that you do in the community so that we are getting at the root causes of the problems that exacerbate our relationships, especially around race and equity. And I'll close with that. Thanks again. I don't have a lot to offer at this point. I wanted to thank the folks that came out. Mr. Heitzman, particularly, I don't have an initial reaction to what I've heard, but I just want to know you to know I heard it. And I also live in your neighborhood. So for Lohan Kinsman, if I could get your contact information, if maybe you could leave that, because I think I could think of some resources, but not necessarily on the spot. And I hear you that, okay, oh, thank you. It is really tough out there. And so I appreciate you taking the time to come here and speak for the first time and lend your voice. I do know that there is some very early stages organizing for like solutions around this in a systemic sense. Not that that offers much to you in this moment, but there is hope on the horizon, and I'd like to connect with you individually further. And that's all I know. I don't have a comment about the trees, but maybe someone on staff can. And that ends my response. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mayor Selby, and thanks again for everyone who came out tonight. I do always appreciate hearing from folks. One of the common themes I heard, not though it wasn't said this way directly by everybody, but kind of a common thread is just the need to be open to doing things very differently and in very unfamiliar ways, maybe uncomfortable ways, maybe ways that feel risky. So I just want to reflect back that I heard that. I too want to thank you, Meg Martin, for being a trailblazing example in this community within the realm of street outreach and homelessness services and harm reduction. And I'm very inspired to look back on especially like your last few years and the work that you represent and how much initial resistance you met personally and your organization, and how you continued to build relationships, how you continued to persist because you knew that both the morality and the data was on your side, and more people have come around to see that. So keep going forward, and thank you. Opie, I just want to acknowledge, I would also like to come out and tour, but I just hear the heavy burden that you are under when you have so many people asking you where they can stay when there is no other appropriate place for them. And in a really small way, I can relate just from my past as a service provider, although I had some distance from, I wasn't living in a place, but just the weight of having someone ask you where's the safe place? Where's the place where I'm not going to get hassled? Where am I not going to get hurt? And to not have an answer is crushing. And so I appreciate you speaking to that. And I think, my colleagues know I support trying a different model in our encampment support. And I think what Brad identified as far as the community meetings that you've witnessed out at Wheeler or Nickerson is a great component of a future model that is based not so much on trying to manage a situation, because that seems, again, like another heavy burden, but trying to facilitate the best outcomes possible, the most safety, the most sanitation, and living situations that inspire dignity and mutual respect. So thank you that's what I heard and what you were speaking to. And I will see the students on September 20th. Thanks for coming out. Just really briefly, because I made a lot of comments earlier, but I want to speak to something that didn't come up a whole lot around this conversation in these chambers, but that we've gotten a lot of emails about, critical of our considering staying the camp, as well as I know that this conversation bubbles a lot on social media and Nextdoor and in our kitchen tables and elsewhere. And that's the issue of how is the question of drug addiction and enforcement related to our challenge of homelessness. And I've noticed over the years, it's become perceived that it's less okay to criticize homeless people, but it's okay to criticize drug users or drug addicts, and that we should just be having a zero tolerance enforcement, law and order, enforce the laws on the books, all of that. And I hear that, and we hear a lot from the community about that. I just want to, being real for a second, like there is an active drug trade in maximum security prisons. So rather than focusing on chasing windmills and trying to eliminate getting really obsessed and focused on drugs, let's get underneath, because let's face it, drugs is not a root cause of any problem. Drugs, drug use, drug addiction, et cetera, is a reflection of deeper root causes. So let's look at that. And everything that I've read and learned from the experts in our community, from our Butte Clinic, from the Needle Exchange, from folks that are dealing with the opioid crisis on the front lines day to day, is that it's all about facilitating connection and community, and that happens in non-judgment, in a philosophy and practice of non-judgment. And I get concerned that calls for increased law enforcement and just or sweeping as a way to, if we think that's going to eliminate drug problems in this community, that actually only exacerbates the trauma, and drug use is a response to trauma. So I'm looking forward to crafting a statement about how we'd like to pursue a facilitation and organization and trauma-informed response to encampments. And I think there's a bigger conversation there about drug use that we kind of tiptoe around, but I encourage a real conversation around that, and what are the root causes and what can we do to heal in our community. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak out in support of requesting an external investigation into Yvonne McDonald's death. I think that there's a lot of questions obviously have been raised over the last year, and the answers that have come from our institution and the report haven't been satisfactory. Ultimately, I'm not a specialist I'm not an investigator myself, and my thinking on this question has evolved over the last few months, and mainly it's because I'm not a specialist. My opinion really doesn't matter when the problem is about accountability and trust and community relations. And so to me, it would be a sign of our organization taking a step in humility and accepting that fact that we have a relation and a trust problem, and having an outside entity take a look at how how things went from the moment that she was found in August last year, and what the investigation has stated. I think there are some differing descriptions about where she was sited on that property on Division, and different descriptions of the state of her clothing. Enough questions that would lead just a reasonable independent person to not be certain. And I just don't believe that the answers are that credible answers are going to come from our institution again. And it's not just because of Yvonne McDonald's death, it's because of Andre and Bryson, Tyrone Johnson. There's a long history of incidences that have caused mistrust. So I think that would be helpful. As to the police auditor position, we actually brought up the same question, I think, in my first month or two on council. And I'm not certain that it would provide as much as it sounds like it does. But I do believe that that council member Cooper, I thought he said he was holding some space in the budget to fill that position, but it's fairly limited in what it looks at. It pretty much looks at what was it's about internal affairs, if I'm correct. And maybe Jake, would you actually mind speaking to that position?
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering, the institutional knowledge of the history of the police auditor position. I think it got cut in the Great Recession.
Correct.
And also after the ad hoc committee on community policing was formed after the officer-involved shooting of Andre and Bryson. They came back with a recommendation that fill in the blanks. I'm so sorry.
Well, I don't know that I'm going to be a ton of help on this because my memory is a little fuzzy, kind of putting all the pieces back together. I do know that we had a police auditor back when I started at the city some years ago. It was a cut during the recessionary period. Their job at that point in time was fairly limited. They didn't look at every police investigation. They looked at internal affairs types complaints and reviewed those to see if proper actions were taken by officers around internal affairs types complaints. But that was the scope of their work when they were here. And then I'd have to go back and look specifically to find out all the recommendations that came out of the ad hoc committee in terms of their recommendations. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Thank you. So we can get back to our community on
Absolutely.
those items. And Mayor Pro Tem Bateman.
Since it's been a number of years since that position was filled, I'm curious if there are additional responsibilities that a police auditor could have, and if there are examples of that more than what you've described. So if you could get back to us with that.
Yeah, I can get back to you on all that.
And Councilmember Rollins.
It might be helpful to have that position being part of overseeing I-940 implementation.
That's the recent legislation, the de-escalation, thank you.
Washington. Yeah, so there's some possible structural changes that we need to look at, but as far as Yvonne McDonald's death, I agree that an external investigation would be a way to move forward. And my goal, I've been asked like what outcome I'm looking for. I don't think there is a predetermined outcome, but I'm looking for better community relations. And there's a lot of times it's more comfortable for institutions to do that by having like police officers playing basketball with kids or going on walks, and that's a great relationship building thing, but there's more required. And that's what I'm asking for. Other topics. Oh, TJ Johnson's not here anymore, right? Did he leave? So I wanted to amplify what TJ was saying as well from the Thurston Conservation District Board. I've been calling for looking for re-envisioning how we think of our parks in the city, and I've had these conversations with other council members and with Steve Hall and with Laura in the Parks Department. But seeing parks as a resource in combating climate change, and I have a 2-year-old nephew, and I just keep thinking, kids aren't going to be wondering why they don't have more soccer fields. They're going to be wondering why they don't have food. So I fully support that, taking a look at that space as maintaining our food systems, and it could be a creative way to do. I mean, it can be like a playground and food, but I just think putting AstroTurf on working agricultural property, I don't personally support. I know there's a community process. I just hope that part of that community process is looking at parks in that context. And I think that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have much to add after hearing from the colleagues. I really appreciate everyone coming out, telling your stories. Washington Can for the organizing, because it's a really heavy time in our community. Most people that I know and I'm close with are part of what I've heard called the precariat, like very just the paycheck to paycheck, paying high portions of our income to rent. I'm also a renter as well. About 2/3 of my income right now go to my rent. And so I feel a lot of urgency. appreciate the work that's been done by this council and by this institution on this issue. But what gives me hope is people finding each other, and because that's how major change are made. And it's really, really heavy to sit with the fact that we're in this situation because of the very structures that are set up to transfer wealth up to people that are already wealthy on the backs of regular people. And it's a tall order to change, but it happens when people come together, and we're seeing that tonight. And I really appreciate that. I look forward to looking at the legislation language provided by Washington, Can, and Columbia. Now, at agenda setting today, we were talking about potentially a study session where we can hear everything in one place on October 29th. Is that a go?
So I talked to Kerry Retland about that, and if we want some statewide perspective from, he had 2 or 3 groups he'd want to invite. Kerry can share what he knows on the 29th, but if we want some more perspective on statewide stuff, he's proposing a later date, not yet set, but he really felt there's a lot of information that he's not privy to. I can't remember the names of the organizations he mentions, so on the 29th, we get what you got tonight with a little more flavor, but if we have more time, we can get you more information.
And maybe Washington Can could be one of those. I know they provide information to cities, particularly about the legislative landscape. So
one was the Washington Housing Alliance and low-income housing. Yeah, so he's got some context, but he doesn't have all the information. So if we had more time, we kind of bring those people to the table also to help inform the council about what's going on.
Well, and I'm interested in hearing the green light, yellow, red that you guys went through at land use, and as well, looking at what Tumwater and Lacey are, I mean, it seems like to have the biggest impact. That's also what makes it more complicated is when we try to do it regionally, because then it slows everybody's, motion down, because it's so hard to get all the councils together, number one, and then to draft something. But that's the long range goal, is to have Lacey and Tumwater have the same rules that we do, so there's certainty across the region, for everybody. So, but in lieu of that, I think we'll look at scheduling with Carrie and bringing your group in, and some of the other folks that are dealing with the legislation that's working in other communities. And yeah, I don't want Burien beating us either. So anyhow, they already did. Wasn't happy about it. All right.
can I just
One more?
okay. Finish? So as was mentioned, general government is also, our committee, general government committee with the council, is also looking at possibilities for tenant relocation assistance, and there's different models for doing that. So more to come on that. And then to address Allison Spector's concern about the downtown businesses being targeted about the pride flags. I'm glad to hear that it's being investigated, and I saw that that right away. I just want to really compliment and lift up the LGBTQ community that's organized. I was out at Arts Walk on Friday night, which is right after this vandalism occurred, and who did I see but 3 Pride volunteers that were standing outside of the salon that had their windows broken, just to keep an eye on things, because that's one more example of people coming together and protecting each other, which is ultimately what we have to lean on a lot of times. I also know of 2 businesses that did not previously have pride flags in their windows that opted to display them because they didn't want to back down to fear. So I appreciate that about our community. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks everybody for staying so late. I want to try to make sure I am able to at least briefly address the topics that came before us tonight. So first of all, to Lana and to Anne, I will continue to meet with you and other stakeholders for accountability, and I want you to feel safe. and I want your family to feel safe. I want everyone to feel safe. But I want you to know that, and I wanted to just start out with that. Let me see. Oh, I guess, yeah, so the other main topic, of course, tonight was everyone who came out to talk about drugs in the community. And I really appreciate the nuance that I heard from a lot of people. That really touched me deeply. As some of you may know, some of you don't. I don't have personal substance use in my personal history, but in my family, a lot of alcoholism. And I've lost 2 family members to opioid overdose. So it's a really important topic to me. And and the friends that I have who have successfully recovered, are very open about their problematic behaviors that they displayed or acted out, so, and not that people who use drugs are the only people who have problematic or abusive behaviors. We have a whole culture of abuse. And, the people that are often the most abusive to us are people that are closest to us. And so and it's not necessarily a stranger, even if the behavior might be erratic or scary, which is real. So I just want to tell you, I heard that nuance, and I did hear the diversity, and some people were easier for me to hear than others. But you're speaking to a real concern. One thing that struck me, and I don't remember who said it, but said, how come you all are only talking about homelessness and not talking about drugs and opioids? And I realized we don't have an opioid response staff here, but that is the county responsibility, and they have great staff. And the opioid task force, which I think Keely referenced, which is in communication with the homelessness response plan. Then we have a relatively new director of the opioid response who just came here from Lewis County, and she's amazing. And if you can, maybe as a group, I don't know what her schedule's like, but if you as a group are able to reach out and connect with her, it may be a worthwhile relationship to start cultivating for people who really, for anyone who really sincerely wants to be part of helping out this really beloved community that we have. I think this is an important conversation. It's totally one I'm willing to have, maybe even a panel. We've got a lot of great people in this community who have been through substance use or who come at it, or who've been through substance use and come at it from professional experience. I'm thinking of Sam Miller, Meg Martin, Candy, who I had to leave, but the author. It could be really interesting and important, because as much time, I think it's been important for our community to have a real conversation about homelessness. And I agree, we have to have a conversation about where they overlap and where they don't. But the fact is, we have a problem here and everywhere. What I would add to the conversation, and my understanding at this time, I don't view drugs as a root cause of anything. I view it as an attempt to solve a problem in somebody's life. And it's often, and I've even read from some researchers who compare substance use disorder to a learning disability, because it's like just continuing to try something that doesn't really work, or it might feel like it is going to work this time, or it almost is close, and then all the while you're not seeing the impacts that your behavior has on the people that care about you or random neighbors in your community. But I don't think it's a root cause, and that's why I really appreciated hearing Cassie's story. What struck me about it, and this is what I've heard from a lot of people I know who have gotten through, is she didn't say that finally I found a system that made me feel bad enough about using drugs. Like, that wasn't the message. It was finally I found a system that met and people that met me where I am, that were able to make me feel safe enough to be honest about the underlying issues, because there's always underlying issues. And then I think the last thing I'll add, I think there is a lot of comparability between the economic emergency that has pushed a lot of people off the cliff and into homelessness and natural disaster type emergencies. And I was looking at some information about the pattern of the spike of drug use that occurs in the wake of natural disasters like hurricanes and earthquakes, and it's very noted. Also, so are suicides, and I've been learning that in my involvement with emergency recovery and response, in the way I've felt really appreciative to be part of learning more about natural disaster response. But drug use spikes, suicide spikes. We don't really see suicide so much in the street community because there's a strong will to survive despite odds. But I think that coping and numbing with substances is almost like a suicide prevention. And so the important thing is the building relationships. And there's a lot of programs that do that in Thurston County, a lot of people that do that. It's not something all of us can do because of our own triggers around drug use, but it's that building relationships that's going to heal the trauma. Sometimes we get emails saying, why don't you crack down on these drug addicts? You can't crack down on something that's based in trauma. We can only heal that through relationship, meeting people where they are, like Cass described, and setting and supporting systems and alternative ways of engaging with folks that are struggling with those issues, so that those aren't alternative courts anymore, so that that's just the way we do things. So I appreciate the ideas. Thanks for letting me go on a little bit. I know it's late, but it's really important to me, and I appreciate the honest conversation. Thank you. I just want to appreciate the commenters who came out tonight, and to Lana and supporters. I see that this hurts, and I see that it hurts for you when you're here. I know from my past, like before I was on council, I was coming regularly to council meetings and speaking at the podium, and I know that whatever change is needed only happens by building coalitions, and that takes work, but that's what I'm committed to doing with other community partners, and with Justice for Yvonne. So we'll stay in touch. Thanks. I just want to thank folks for coming out again. Clearly, it's a complex issue, homelessness, in a way, and drug addiction, in a way. It's complex. In another way, I think a lot of what I'm hearing are shared desires for solutions. I mean, if it's people that need housing, then the solution is housing. If it's drug addiction, then it's drug treatment. And I don't hear a lot of difference, like argument. I think there's a shared frustration. You know? I mean, I think we're to the degree there's difference, and I guess what I'm mindful of, I'll say, is I don't want to add harm and trauma to people that, like, that's at the root of their drug use, because drug use is always a why. Why is it happening? It's not that people just all of a sudden decide that that's how they want to live their life. There's a why there. And I know that from my own experience. I know that from working at Capital Recovery Center for years. I know that the basis of any treatment program that's based in evidence and compassion is that we see people as people and not just their circumstances, not just their use, but as whole people. And so that's what we're trying to do. I think I think everybody's doing their best. I think the folks that are out there are doing their best. I know they are. And we're in a tough place, and it certainly didn't happen overnight. and it's going to take a while to get out of it, and we're only going to get out of it together. And I think on some level, we all see that. We just come at it from different ways, but that's what I have to try to keep remembering. There's a lot of things going well. In the session I went to I did go to a session on medication-assisted treatment. There's a lot of different tracks, and you can hit multiple different topics happen at different times. So, and the Butte Clinic here down the street at Capital Recovery Center got a shout out from the state, the healthcare authority that sees these programs all over the state. Like, there's so many things that are going well here. There's just not enough resources. That's why we need the advocacy at the higher levels. Because honestly, I don't know, my take is just at the city level, there's a lot of focus going into just basic sanitation, and again, not enough. I'd like to see more of that, but that's a place where our city has a mission, and I think there's a lot going well. We need more of it, and I appreciate you coming out. To speak briefly to the folks who came for Justice for Yvonne, I think what you're highlighting is that it would be really helpful to have an outside auditor or investigation to go over just even the state of the contradictions of where she was found or the state that she was in. It could be that, memory is not a reliable thing, and it could be that, but is who's asking these questions besides you? So I think that would be worthwhile for trust building, and to try to get to some kind of resolution, because either way, it's not going to bring back your Aunt Talana, and I know you know that, and I know that you want justice and you want to feel safe in your community and your family to feel safe. So I also have reached out to someone who works at Providence just to find out what their processes are, for saving clothing and whatnot, and maybe there's a place that we can improve that for the future instances. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot to process tonight, especially the format of public comment where it goes back and forth and this topic and this topic and this. So appreciate your patience while I kind of talk it out a bit, and thank you for coming. You took a lot of the sentiments out of my mouth, because that's what I was struck with as well. I first want to actually acknowledge John Davis. I guess he's gone, and David. And I'm sorry that your friend was assaulted. And that's just way too common and not even about houselessness or anything, but just the violence that people have to live in fear of and experience is too common. And I was really touched by the statement about the desire to know people's names, and maybe even beyond that, our stories. And I know in different points in American history, as the late 1800s, as people moved out of the rural areas and into the cities, that was a huge phenomenon. It was just all of a sudden people didn't know each other's names, didn't recognize each other. And I think in some ways we haven't really gotten over that. And the response back in those days was to pass laws to make certain people not able to be visible on the streets if they had disabilities, et cetera. And I think it really does come down to doing better and learning each other's names and learning each other's stories. In kind of an institution, in a formal way, the coordinated entry system does that to a degree, to identify what people's needs are who are homeless and connect them to resources. We also have the Familiar Faces program here. So I think some of that cultural change is in the works, and it's always going to be too slow. But that really touched me. for the landlords who came out and spoke and folks that represent those associations, that the fear really struck me there too. And I'm just thinking, wow, so we have this housing system where pretty much all the renters are really, really afraid and of instability and uncertainty. And it sounds like a lot of the property owners are afraid about instability and uncertainty. So I'm not really interested in preserving things the way they are. I'll just put it that way. I'm interested in making things better. And I think that's going to be a lot of conversation and hearing each other out. That's kind of a theme around here. But I just wanted to put that out there. I was so struck by the how it feels like this system isn't really working for everybody. I mean, it's kind of one of those things that in the field of addiction that somebody I read said addiction is hard. It's hard to get over to get past something that feels like it almost works. And that's kind of what it feels like here in the rental system. Like in theory, it almost works, but not quite. So let's be creative. Let's be open. Let's have conversations with everybody at the table. I do want to just honor that tomorrow, the 20th, is Transgender Day of Remembrance, and that our organization has been involved in certain ways for a few years on that. In fact, I think that's how I met you, Jay, 5-6 years ago. So, and there's always going to be different experiences and different feelings about what that day means and who should be involved and who shouldn't. And I think my takeaway is just keep doing the best we can, listen humbly, and move forward together, because that's the only way to move forward is together. Thank you again for everybody who came out. Just wanted to thank the folks who came out tonight and spoke. What I heard in Jerry Durker's comments, some of the underlying theme made me think of this movement that some municipalities have taken up about the rights of natural systems and the rights of bodies of water. And so that's something I'm curious about. And if there's other folks in the community that are curious about that, I would like to learn more about that with you. And then, yeah, similarly, I was going to make comments on the item 4D at the agenda settings. Thank you. I just wanted to also affirm support for looking at the Friends of Rocky Prairie resolution. Also wanted to affirm support for farmland preservation. And it's something I've said in a lot of conversations that when we're thinking about what kids in the future are going to want, and I think about my nephew, they're not going to necessarily be wishing that they had more AstroTurf courts. They're going to be wanting to have food. I think we have to make sure that when we're planning for parks or any use of public space, that we're planning for the real future that's ahead and not what the past has looked like. So I appreciate you coming out tonight. And I just want to acknowledge, we have a lot of work ahead of us on the issue of homelessness, the issue of drug use and addiction. And it's been a really tough year for pretty much everybody that I know. And I hear the call for more resources, and I think that's something that is widely agreed upon. And we just need a shift in the way resources are thought of, especially higher up in the state. And we don't have a budget year for the legislature coming up, but that's really what's going to be needed. And I also just want to acknowledge that the situation that you talked about, Candy, your friend and neighbor over at Apple Hill, and I saw when she posted about it on Facebook, and I'm glad she wrote to us too. And I think it highlights what's so frustrating is that she and her son did everything right and called the police, and there was a police response. But that's never really going to be satisfying enough, because that's inherently reactive to problems. And I think what the interest is getting underneath these problems, getting at what are the conditions causing it to begin with. And that's a lot more complicated, but I think that's where we have to put our energy. So looking ahead to 2020, Thanks again for showing up. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for coming out. I've been sitting with what I've heard here, as well as conversations out in the lobby before the meeting, conversations and chants outside of City Hall, the larger conversation going on in other venues in the community, and just individual conversations I've had today leading up to tonight, anticipating it was going to be a big meeting. And the resonant phrase that I heard earlier today from someone who's a friend and a mentor was, we're in a new now. And so I want to offer that. It's a new now. I'm here in large part because of proximity I have to the issues that our community is facing related to homelessness and the people. And while I don't want to speak for people, I do feel a responsibility to reflect out what I hear, and what I'm hearing from the people at the center of impact of all these crises is that we're a part of this community. We might be too poor to live in regular housing with 4 walls, and we have nowhere else to go except these informal outdoor communities. We're capable of incredible things. We're doing incredible things. We're capable of even more. Yes, our community is impacted by the opioid crisis, just like every neighborhood, just like every city. And that sucks. And there are unique challenges when opioid and substances intersect with poverty and homelessness. Unique challenges, unique impacts that ripple out. But what I'm hearing is, please help us. Please don't hurt us. Please help us work on this problem in the way that it shows up in our community. And so how do we do this? How do we know what's helpful and what's harmful? Well, we all want to help, right? We don't want to hurt people, because if we're harming people, that harm just ripples out and hits everybody else eventually. I mean, that's what we're living through. And that's history. So we want to help. So how do we know what helps, what solves the problems? You go find out. Go meet people. Go ask people. Because each individual is so unique. Everyone's circumstances are unique. Everyone's strengths and gifts and hopes and needs are so individual. And I just want to say, as someone who's a spiritual person and a person of faith, I believe every life is valuable. Every life is sacred. And that's why the outreach and relationship-based and harm reduction programs are so powerful. That's why they're so effective. That's why there's volumes of data and evidence showing how effective they are. It works. And so what does that mean? To me, what I'm struck with is this paradox that the people that, so there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of fear in all corners. The people that are closest in proximity to the problems tend to be also the most optimistic about the solutions. If you're just driving by, I understand, it looks like a mess, but if you lean in, if you have, and I know we don't all have the time, but if you do have the time, find out a way to get involved on mutual terms with the people at the center of impact. It changed my life. It changed my understanding. So that would be my wish for 2020, that we all lean in. And if we don't have the time, or if it's too triggering to be involved, at least don't put down the people that are doing the work. It's a really great community. I'm really excited to be here with
all of you and with my colleagues, and I'm so encouraged for 2020. So let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for coming out. I hope that that everyone who's concerned with Green Cove will continue to monitor the process, and just to underscore that that does go through a hearings examiner and not our council. Regarding the puppy mill ordinance, we'll be taking a look at that referral February 4th, as as Mayor Pro Tem Bateman said. And I just really believe in cities and counties taking the lead on things like this that are a culture change, so that we can push change at the state level and maybe even further. That's really important to me. And it's really, when it comes down to it, it's just about how we treat people that happen to be animals. So thank you for coming out. Chris Van Dalen, I do support declaring a climate emergency, and I hope the governor does that as well. And I think we have a meeting scheduled to talk about that. So, or look for your email if you haven't seen it. And then lastly, I just want to lift up something that James Welling said early in the process of public comment about the success of peer programs. And I want to highlight that because I come from that background, and they are really amazing programs, both for mental health and substance use. The situation we're in regarding homelessness and substance use issues is there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and I'm just going to introduce another piece because it's really complex. So the Olympia Butte Clinic, which is a successful opioid treatment center, it runs on a peer model, which means that the people that work there have lived experience with addiction with opioids or family member experience. They're getting nationally recognized for their success. They have money to build to move into a larger space. The problem is no property owner will rent to them because of stigma for who they serve. So I would just encourage, and that's part of the power of the peer program is working to overcome those stigmas, because you see what the amazing things that people can do and overcome. And so I just want to put that out there. It's a complicated situation we're in, and some of it is there's successful programs that just that are in need of new homes that can't find them. So thank you again. This was a wide-ranging public comment session tonight, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming out to speak tonight. I appreciate you coming from the Thurston Climate Action Team, and I was just actually chatting with Rich Hoy before this meeting started about getting myself caught up, because I haven't been involved as Councilmember partially on the regional planning, and so it does have my attention. I appreciate you coming out. And for Heather, thank you as well. I'm actually a neighbor. I live in a complex in that neighborhood as well. And it sounds like you're doing a lot for your residents. And just from my perspective, from what that leaves us as a policy question is, if we don't have designated places that are the appropriate places for people to live that can't afford anything else, then people are just going to keep showing up in wherever, and we're just kind of churning people around, and it looks like a lot of movement, but isn't really causing any change. And I know that in this era where we all want more housing and need more affordable housing, but it's going to take time to build, that we have to look at, well, what are the options for more facilitated, more safe, more sanitary, and better, and communities that may be living in tents, but facilitated better relationships with the surrounding neighborhoods. So that would be something I think that governmental institutions can look at as far as helping to relieve some of the burden that happens when it's just a completely kind of random and not particularly connected to surrounding neighbors situation. So thanks again for coming out.
I want to thank everybody who came out too, and just acknowledge what a scary time it is right now in our community. I also want to acknowledge that we're here because of the police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, but also because of 400 years of anti-Black laws and systems and patterns of violence that have happened both nationally and locally. And I know that healing is a painful and confusing and nonlinear process. I do believe our brightest futures lie ahead, but we will only get there by committing together to fundamentally change our course. and heal from our histories, both nationally and here locally. I know there's more need for listening, learning, and accountability from white politicians, which includes me and all of us, from white protesters, which also includes me and some of us, and then from the police. From white politicians, we need to do everything in our power to end the conditions that lead to institutional violence against Black lives. That includes police violence, the war on drugs and mass incarceration, economic violence, and the unchecked privatized housing system. We need to recognize that all the de-escalation training in the world is not worth much when the go-to strategy for controlling a diverse crowd of youth and young adults is still domination through violence. I believe that's might makes right, and we have to explore different ways by learning from our community. We need to recognize that the implicit bias training and community outreach is not worth much when Black and brown people in our city are still harassed and afraid of police on the daily, and we hear about this all the time. Our community needs to be able to trust that officers who actively uphold racism on the job will be fired. Our department does not have that credibility currently. Without community trust, misconduct investigations are of little use. Police skills protect dangerous officers who should not be there. And in those circumstances, the only meaningful intervention to address it is funding. So today I'm amplifying calls for our organization from the Black community, Black leaders, both here and around the country, to demilitarize and defund our police department and divert that funding to community strategies for safety and restorative justice, harm reduction programs, and housing for all. I believe we should end our participation in the war on drugs. One easy step would be to rescind the enhanced penalty zones in downtown Olympia, terminate the employment of OPD officers with a history of complaints from Black and Indigenous people of color. We could immediately pass the just cause eviction ordinance to reduce evictions which disproportionately send Black and brown families onto the streets. And we can create an equity and justice commission where our local community members could be appointed to evaluate current and future city policies for racial equity indicators and help develop new policies to improve quality of life for all in our community. And finally, I just want to say, after the last couple of nights of confusion in the streets, including some of which I witnessed firsthand downtown last night, I'm asking white protesters in our community to check ourselves and our relationship to the Black community in Olympia. I love young people who are willing to defend justice, and I support you. And I also love the people who have challenged me to learn more about solidarity and centering Black and Indigenous people of color in our movements. We, the white people who believe in freedom and justice for all, must continue to learn what it means to center and defend Black lives. We must listen to what our Black neighbors are asking of us, and we must practice this now. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came out to address us tonight on Zoom, and all the emails. We've been getting probably an average of an email a minute, if not more. And I've been on the council 2.5 years and have never experienced anything like this, so I'm actually very heartened. I think as much as people are out in the streets chanting the words of George Floyd and the words of Eric Garner, I can't believe that actually everyone who's activated on this issue is breathing new life into this community and into this democracy and into this moment that is allowing us to really consider what's possible and desirable and sustainable and equitable and joyful in our community. So I want to lift up that, and I disagree that this is a fleeting moment. I think this is a moment that's here to stay, and the loud protests and the unrest and the demands for deep systemic change in our organizations and in all institutions is not going to go away until we show that we're serious and that we're listening. And if there's one bright spot of that photo being taken of our officer. It's that the photo was taken and shared, because I think it shattered an illusion that's existed in our institution, that you know that we're doing okay, because we're not. We have a lot of work to do. We have to build a new foundation, and to do that, we need to be listening to different people. And I think that's really highlighted in how the events went last week. You know, who are we listening to? Who are we getting intelligence from? Who are we listening to that played up a threat to property damage and had blinders to the actual armed vigilantes that were in our community? So we need to be listening to different people. I've heard from Black members of the community that they want spaces where they can share just as Black people. I noticed there weren't a whole lot of self-identified members of the Black community speaking to us tonight. And I would venture to guess there's a reason for that. And so I think it's on all of us to be seeking out those voices and hearing those experiences directly from people in our community outside of an open public forum for obvious reasons. Yeah, it's a moment to reimagine public safety. I called last week for demilitarizing, disarming, and defunding OPD, and I believe there's critical support in this community for that, but it's important to note that Minneapolis, the city council there, did not get to a veto-proof majority just in the last week. This has been work by Black community organizers in Minneapolis for years. And so when I say listening to different people in our community that have been heard up to this point, that's what I mean. I encourage us to listen and learn humbly from the communities in Olympia who don't over-rely on calling police. You know, a lot of people hear, a lot of white people particularly hear defund police and think that that's going to mean that there's absolutely no public safety infrastructure and it's going to be lawlessness everywhere. And that's not the case. There are communities that experience high levels of violence and have come up with their own safety plans to decrease violence and keep each other safe. And we can learn from those models. Just checking my notes. So I support moving budget to reinvest in community structures, of course in housing, community-based safety solutions, violence prevention, violence intervention. I think we need to be urgently aware of, well, actually I would support a hiring freeze in the OPD. I believe we have a hiring freeze in the rest of the city. So I think we need a hiring freeze, but barring that, we need to make sure that we're not hiring, if we do hire people, that we're not hiring people from departments who, you know, we're hearing of police officers quitting because of problems that they've had in their department. And we don't want to import any of those problems into our department. So I hope that we're examining our hiring practices and screening. I support banning chemical weapons. Certainly in the midst of a pandemic, but I would support banning them completely. They go contrary to the Geneva Convention for engaging in warfare. We don't need warfare in our streets. I would like us to be investigating any ties between Olympia Police Department members and right-wing militia groups. The FBI has stated decades ago that that was a threat, that white supremacists were joining police departments, and there's no reason to believe that that hasn't happened in our own, or any in Thurston County for that matter. I want to echo the calls we heard from people for transparency of the police budget, as well as how use of force is authorized. And I'd also echo Councilmember Gilman. I haven't been here as long as you have, but that's been my experience too, that it's hard to get the information that we're looking for, and that's on me. I should be more vigilant, and I will be. I think we can look at as part of moving away from over-relying on police. We can look at what sort of things are against the law in our city, and as a way.
I think Councilmember Rollins got frozen. Councilmember Rollins, your camera froze. Maybe if you stop your video feed, we might get to hear you again. There we go.
Am I back? Can you hear me?
You're back.
Okay. My screen just went black. So decriminalize, removing the enhanced penalties down for the downtown area. And I really, the truth and reconciliation, that sort of a process of just allowing the community to tell us exactly what their experience has been would be a huge step. Because the other thing I just want to reiterate is there's a lot of urgency, but we want to make sure we do this right, and we want to make sure that we're taking the lead from Black and Brown community members, people who are most impacted by institutional violence, police violence. And so that means it's not going to happen overnight, but the work begins now. And I would just, so many people have been reaching out to me asking how to get involved, how to best support the effort to reimagine public safety, to move funding into pro-social programs. And my answer would be to organize with your communities. If you're part of an organization, a faith organization, a nonprofit, a project, a union that wants to be active on this issue, start having these conversations within your organizations and find other organizations that are doing the same. I know the Olympia DSA, as well as Showing Up for Racial Justice, and other organizations are beginning to coalesce. And so just start having these conversations, because that's what it's going to take to harness all of the energy, the grief, the rage, and the wisdom from impacted groups in this community in order to move this forward, because this is a transformational moment, and I look forward to working on this with all people of goodwill. Thank you.
Great. Oh boy. Well, as always, I want to thank everyone who took time to speak to us tonight, and hopefully it's not just speaking to us, but hearing each other and hearing a lot of the similarity of ideas that are coming up, and educating us and educating others who may be listening about some of what is behind the defund slogan. Like a couple of folks said, it's hard to fit all the context onto a bumper sticker, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate y'all sharing. Boy, I mean, I wish I could respond to everyone, but I just can't. But what I've really been thinking about as these comments come in and over the past week, and given everything in the demonstrations, given the armed vigilante presence, you know, it's really clear that although this is a polarizing time, I think one thing that's clear to everybody, for better or worse, is that there's a lot of uncertainty and instability right now. You know, we're kind of seeing the rubble of a lot of unsustainable and undesirable systems, racist systems that haven't been serving the people as they should. And in this crisis, we're seeing this call to reimagine what safety is, reimagine public safety, lift up community strategies for safety and violence prevention and crisis and violence intervention or interruption. We're seeing calls to for housing as a human right. And I'm going to go back to, again, what Mike said in the economic development conversation, that we, just like the coronavirus crisis, the project of dismantling the racist systems that we've inherited, it's not about going back to any sort of normal. It's about building something new. You know, just speaking as one council member, I think that the divesting from traditional policing and reinvesting in community strategies is absolutely an inevitability. Even, I don't know where everyone's at this council at that time, but I see it as a shift that is inevitable and desirable. And as folks mentioned, it's not about lawlessness. It's about how do we have a holistic safety in our community for all. Let's see. Just looking over a couple notes, excuse me. Oh, I do want to invite people to the general government meeting in July, which is July 22nd. So make sure you have that on your calendar. General government is the committee that is responsible for the public safety realm of council responsibilities and city responsibilities, and we're going to be talking about things like the auditor and this conversation around what we want our police department to look like. I want to address the people that called on us to address armed vigilante presence, and I know, speaking as an individual, and I think we're going to be hearing more and more over the coming days from other electeds and from other organized groups, that this armed vigilante presence has not contributed positively to the situation in Olympia, and their help is not being requested or needed. I acknowledge that it's made a lot of people feel very unsafe and resulted in less safety. And we can't have that. You know, like I said, we're in this moment of reimagining ways forward, and that we have to lean on our values of inclusion, our values of diversity, our values of togetherness, and that's just not compatible with having armed people patrolling the streets that aren't accountable to anyone. Oh, I think, and the one last thing, Nicolette Oliver mentioned the moratorium on graffiti fees. And I don't know if Jay, Bernie, if you have any update from code enforcement on that. I've been seeing on social media that our code enforcement department was sending out some notice of fines for people who have graffiti, and it may be old, it may be new graffiti, but I would support that. That it seems like an odd way to deal with a problem that puts the burden on the victim of a crime. So I would like to hear about that. And otherwise, I just again want to thank folks. And this is going to be this whole movement to re-envision public safety is not something that's going to come directly from council. It's going to have community ownership, and that's why there's no proposal or action being taken tonight, because all of these ideas and platforms are in discussion out in the community groups, and we're hearing that. I'm hearing that, and I look forward to engaging those ideas and bringing them through general government and other venues at the city to make sure that we are envisioning a public safety system that serves all and that gets at the root of the violence and social ills we experience, so we have a safe community. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge kind of a common theme that we've heard from a lot of people, and I would say even folks that might be coming at this from different sides, and that's just the sense that there are all these cascading challenges, right? I mean, there's homelessness that's been a challenge for a long time.
COVID-19 took everybody by surprise. The movement for Black Lives has been building for years, and of course, as we know, really moved to the forefront of our national consciousness just in the last 6 weeks. And those are just a few of the things that the challenges that we're dealing with, and it's real. And I just want to. That's really all I have to say at this point. To acknowledge that there isn't going to be a quick solution. I want our organization to be doing more. And I'm particularly disturbed by what we're seeing playing out in the streets right now. Playing out isn't even a good phrase. It's pretty scary. And I think, you know, what the movement for Black Lives has really called our nation to do is reimagine what public safety can look like, what community security can look like. And so, as you know, what's on my mind as we're seeing scary behaviors that we don't want in our community is to ask, what does justice, what does transformative justice look like? What would a community-based approach to safety look like in this situation? And I know it's really hard to be thinking about these kind of questions when it's scary right now. And that's part of why I'm hoping that things in the street can, you know, chill out a little bit, so that people can work with us on making changes at the institutional level. But I do think it's important to stay centered on the possibilities of this moment. For example, the assault that was brought up. It's really hard to know how to proceed other than obviously the person's been arrested, but how do we move forward? You know, who is this person? What was their background? What was their motivation? Anything's possible. I don't know what side they were on. So these are the kind of questions that a restorative or transformative justice process would undertake to find out what is the appropriate response based on who this person is, why they were there, and how can we repair the harm? How can anyone involved repair the harm? It's also really scary to see. I read an account online today about some of the medics that are there to treat injuries who are associated with the justice movement, but we're there all the same to treat someone who was not necessarily there in support of Black Lives, who was actually being antagonistic on video, but to have some of those folks reporting online, being targeted, being followed. So there's a lot more to this situation than meets the eye and that gets shared out on Facebook. And I just want to encourage us all, what we have are each other. There's not going to be it's an understandable desire to want to just have some kind of a strong leader come in and save us. And that's not the way it works in a community. We have each other, and it's messy and it's challenging, but we've been through these kind of situations as a country and as people before. And we're going to have to keep coming, as who was it that mentioned, Philip mentioned more engagement opportunities. Hopefully not just at council meetings, but some of these town halls. That's what it's going to take if we're going to get through this. The people I'm listening to are looking for what's a path forward together, not what's a way to put down certain people or suppress certain people, but what's a way forward together.
I'll just briefly wanted to thank the folks that came out to speak, and some of the points specifically that were raised about the participatory leadership model, and some of the questions about the auditor, for example. I would like to address with staff and others as those items come up in the meeting. But generally your points are well taken. And we are making a pause on moving forward with a particular contract for that Human Rights Commission or Justice and Equity Commission. And so I'd like to share more about that when that item comes up. And also just thank you, Christopher Brown, for mentioning the YWCA, and it's always good to hear about existing partners that are doing the work that we want to see more of in the community. So with that, I'll wrap up and go back to the meeting.
All right. Yeah, I want to thank folks for turning out as well. When it comes to the log cabin extension, I guess I have to say I agree that I don't like. I mean, I realize there's a regional transportation plan. All at the same time, there's a lot. It's an open place in our organization right now, and I don't think it's bad to revisit things. I don't really see it being a positive, building more car infrastructure. That's just where I'm coming from. But I hear you. I agree. And I think those woods are really special. I'm glad that we're going to be having more housing in that general area. But I think I don't personally think it's the right thing to do. Let me see. Oh, and as far Eleanor brought up the call to action that's being put out and signed on by some various coalition members, and I think there's a lot that's achievable in there, and it's going to happen by the coalition continuing to grow and working with us. I was going to share this in our council reports, but we had our retreat on Saturday and came out with some broad policy directives that still have a lot of that have frankly a lot of room for the community, particularly community members impacted by racism, particularly Black and Indigenous people, as well as people of color more generally, to tell us what these policy directives should really look like. But broadly speaking, we articulated that we want to reimagine public safety in Olympia. And so that means we, not just the 7 of us, not just the police department, but the community should have a major stake in what this looks like. So I appreciate the work being done by Amplified Voices and DSA, and there's a lot of other groups that are kind of putting their own statements together. So I just want to continue to support the community getting more clear on what some of those alternatives could look like, so that we can, move forward and progress as a city to have a real holistic vision of public safety. So thanks for raising that point up. And yeah, I mean, as far as like hot rods and other crowds downtown, I think everyone up here has individually expressed displeasure with vandalism or certain tactics happening. So that's from protests, but from the public health question, which is what when I received Clark's email, that's about public health and public safety and wearing masks. And I agree that that knowingly creating conditions that spread a disease that we don't know nearly enough about, it's a novel virus, when it's a choice, it's not just like people are living around each other because they don't have any other choice, but when it's like a gathering of choice and for recreation, and to not be masked, I do think that's a problem. So I appreciate Clark's words on this and a lot of community issues, and thanks for coming out. Okay, thank you. Well, I just always like to thank people for coming out and really appreciate the direct communication. I talked for the folks coming out to speak about LBA and the log cabin road. So I had a conversation with city manager last week, and he can confirm this perhaps, but it sounds like what we're going to have is first of all an information session for council and the public to get the background of how this road has come into to have a place in the regional transportation plan and a holder in our own transportation plan at the city. So I think that's a good place for getting on the same page as a community, at least the basic information. Like I said last week, it's real. I just don't really see a road going through there, and I haven't been part of the conversation all along the way. I understand it's part of the plan, but
I agree with what's been said, and I just wanted to put out there a book that's been really influential on me. It's called Like a Tree. Like a Tree, How Trees, Women, and Tree People Can Save the Planet. And it's by Jean Shinoda Bolen. I just put that out there as some potential different thinking on this topic, because I do think the woods are special, and they're not just a piece of land. It's not just a puzzle that we're trying to solve, but there's a living system there. But so we'll learn more about how we got to this point at a future scheduled study session that will be open to the public. And then as for the folks speaking about defunding and re-envisioning public safety, I just want to say your points are well taken by me, and there's a lot of work ahead, and some of that I think is going to be happening in Finance Committee, a lot of it for Council, and some of that's going to be happening in General Government Committee, as well as community-driven listening processes that our diversity and inclusion staff person, Olivia Salazar-Dubrow, is helping design with community. I think there is a general consensus that just in the community, in the world, that that the way that we've been investing more in enforcement on poverty and enforcing the impacts of disparity and social justice problems, rather than investing in the solutions, is a problem, and it's absolutely something we need to address in our local government. And I look forward to working with community groups, coalitions, and my colleagues in re-envisioning public safety. And I also want to invite folks to the General Government Committee meeting, which is tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. And you can find the login information, and you can also make public comment. And we see that as a home for where a lot of the council reimagining public safety work is going to be done. And so I hope you'll be part of helping inform what that looks like by coming to general government and through other community design and input processes along the way. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you. I just hope everyone's doing well tonight with the smoke and everything, and wanted to just put a couple of dates out there for folks. So regarding the Log Cabin Extension Road, there's going to be an item on the agenda for council October 6th, Tuesday, October 6th, to kind of provide background of that Log Cabin Road issue. So I'd encourage anyone who's following this to turn out for that meeting. There isn't going to be specific public comment at that meeting other than the regular public comment at the normal time, but that's available as well. I was checking our calendar today, and it looks like I'm going to look and see if Jay or Cheryl would be nodding, but is there a policy work session September 29th? And that's kind of related to reimagining public safety and some of the conversation the next phase of the conversation that started at the retreat. So I wanted to put that on folks' calendar. It looks like it's scheduled for 4 p.m. And I know we've gotten questions about scheduling that early before and making it sort of challenging for some members of the public to come. So I don't know if that 4 p.m. is set for sure, but that's what I saw today checking the calendar. And I'm let's see, related. I know we want to have a session where we're hearing from community members at general government, just kind of like an open session or like a hearing about ideas about reimagining public safety. I was thinking about it over the weekend. You know, the call defund the police is a rallying cry and it's a hashtag, but ultimately it's not really a policy proposal. It's a budget idea or a budget proposal. But I think I think the place to start, and I've had these conversations individually with some people, but just like what's a holistic policy program look like? Like, what does public safety look like? And then we figure out, you know, the funding. But so I think some of that's going to be coming out September 29th, and as well, again, with something that we want to host at general government, which is not scheduled yet. But I think we're only going to improve community safety when the public is engaged in what that looks like. And so I continue to appreciate what we're hearing from folks, and again, just hope everyone's doing well these days. Thank you.
We've got,
I'm sorry,
consent.
can I actually?
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Rollins.
You're fine, thank you. I just wanted to thank the people for coming out and speaking. I think that some of what was spoken to is pretty hard to argue that it's an element of housing affordability. I do think it's worth our organization considering that simply changing zoning or making it easier to build certain styles of housing, ADUs or whatnot, is an important part of the equation, but we also have to make sure that housing is available equitably. And so what's been on my mind lately is just the need to have more housing outside of the commercial marketplace. So like community housing, land trusts, that sort of thing. And as we're looking at budget impacts, impacts to the budget for these different housing policy choices, I hope we'll consider that as well, like what kind of investments we could be making as an organization in non-commodified housing such as land trusts. But thank you folks for coming out. I think that obviously housing is going to continue to be a big challenge in our community to overcome together.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor Selby. I'll just report that general government met on the 3rd of this month, and we had an economic development update from Mike Reed and Todd Cutts from the Olympia Downtown Alliance, Mike Reed from our own staff, of course. And it was really valuable, I would say, for me and for our committee to just kind of take some time to decompress everything that's happened over the last year around economic development downtown, support for businesses that have been struggling because of the pandemic, a lot of dollars going to support childcare access. One thing really impressive, and I think we've heard this before, but a lot of effort from Olympia to outreach to businesses to help navigate what resources are there and connect businesses to resources to help them stay afloat. So I would just always think that's really impressive to get that. You know, there's so much information out there, but to be able to have people available to walk folks through what the resources that are there. There's another streetery pilot coming to outside of Nicole's Bar. So that's a lot like the one that's outside of 222 currently, but that one's, I don't think it's there yet. I hadn't seen it last time I was downtown. And then some of you have probably seen the outdoor photo booths that are set up in outside of some of the businesses that are closed. Like I've seen them outside of Starbucks and what used to be G Miller, the corner of 5th and Capitol. Anyway, little like boards that you can take photos with your family. So it just seemed like a very creative way to interact in the downtown while being in an outside space instead of gathering indoors. So go check it out. It feels very festive downtown, and it's obviously been a challenging year for everyone. So that's some of what we heard from economic development, and I'll save the rest for a future meeting, but just internal, talking about advisory committees. And so it's been a long meeting, so I'll catch us all up next week. Okay. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone who came out to speak tonight at the last meeting of the year, or the last regular meeting of the year. And I just want to I guess I want to affirm the reality that people are speaking to and experiencing, that it's really easy to say, oh, there were two groups and there were people that had guns on both sides and people were violent on both sides. But as someone who really wants to look at root solutions in our community, it's important to look at the context of a conflict like this. And like I said last week, and I don't think we necessarily say it enough, but this is a
a movement. So there's the Trump movement, cult movement, the people that have been showing up kind of ever since the early days of the COVID measures went in place, and under the banner of reopen. There's a really bad core to that movement that is a sticky mess of white supremacy and Christian supremacy, particularly anti-queer and trans. People that are denying that denying the results of a democratic election, and who have been intimidating the community with firearms for months. And so and then the first or second time that a group decides to gather in mass, admittedly, yeah, with weapons, I went there to see, because I like to see things for myself, and yeah, there were weapons, people had shields, people were obviously afraid that they were going to be attacked because that had happened on the 5th. And so I don't think it's helpful to progress in understanding to just like throw up our hands and say that there's two equal sides that disagree and we're all going to be bystanders. You know, I disagree with a lot of the tactics that I see from as described as Antifa, but I'm certainly anti-fascist and very concerned for the movement that's happening across this country, and obviously here, where they're targeting oppressed people and targeting elected officials as well, like legitimately elected people, like in like Governor Whitmer. So I just want to voice that, yeah, I actually have been really afraid, like personally, and certainly for our community. And in my post of response, when I was looking for community ideas around healing and trauma-informed solutions, I don't mean to imply that people that are being targeted by white supremacists or hetero supremacists, fascists, should have to sit around the same table as the people that are perpetuating that harm on our community. But I do think that what we saw last weekend and the weekend before were the police even said that on the 5th, it was really the first time that there was a lot of armed people from the Antifa side or the left or however. And that's like people that finally got poked enough, you know, and are also seeing that they're looking around and seeing that there's not a lot of other real response. And our organization, I don't believe, has the credibility or trust to lead such a response. And so I guess that's a truth that we need to sit with, that if our institution, if our you know, like legal armed force of the city, which is the police department, either doesn't have the legal tools in our interpretation or the will to prevent people who've been coming for weeks and months intimidating people with firearms, then, and I'm not condoning showing up with guns from the other side, but I think it's worth acknowledging that is what's going on, that it's because there hasn't been a concerted community response. And so while I don't think our organization necessarily has the credibility, I do think a broad-based, center-weighted response, meaning weighted towards the center of the community, a response that says, no, like we don't want people spreading hate in our community. We don't want people spreading COVID in our community. Our community values are, we want safety and well-being and basic human rights and basic needs taken care of for everyone, regardless of race, regardless of gender, regardless of orientation. And that's what this conflict is about. I'm saying a lot. I hope it's not too much, but I can understand it's intimidating to see a group of people dressed in all black with weapons. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I was at the Andre and Bryson, a large protest march, and there were Nazis that came there later on in the evening. But at the early part of the gathering, my sister was there with me, and she brought a friend of hers who is a woman of color. And when those women saw the people dressed in black and black masks and with batons, she said, "Oh my gosh, is that the Nazis?" Because it's intimidating. Like it's not great optics for people that aren't well versed in the theory and context of Black Bloc. So there's more communication, more conversation with the community around like around the context of those kind of groups and those tactics. But they're not two equal sides that are going at it and just having a friendly debate. Like it's people that are science deniers, climate change deniers, election deniers, and feel comfortable marching or standing with guns to intimidate people. So I don't think that's okay. But I want to know how to be more proactively part of a broad community response, hopefully involving faith organizations as well, to say this isn't acceptable. And we don't want to solve it with violence either, but we don't want these young people that are out on the streets feeling this imminent threat, we don't want them to feel like it's all on their shoulders either. Thank you. I just wanted to thank the two people that came out to speak tonight, and I will definitely keep in mind what you said, Jasmine Fox Stern, and about, and I think that touches on not only the Social Justice and Equity Commission, but also a potential future community review board, as well as should also inform this council's discussions going into contract negotiations with the police department. So thank you for keeping that at the forefront and reminding us of why we are here and how we got here. And I just want to amplify what Deborah Perry said. It's funny, coincidence, but I was just talking today with Councilmember Madrone actually about the possibility, just spitballing and brainstorming, but when the COVID vaccine is more widely available to more classes of people, and the possibilities of doing outdoor vaccine clinics, that maybe the well would be a potential place for that, and how much I would love to see something really intentional and special happening in that space. I think, as you all know, my council members know, that place is really important to me, and it's personally, and it's important to a lot of people in the community. So thank you, Deborah, for bringing that back to our consciousness as well, and just for your speaking to the importance of empathy and remembering the places where we all connect in these times. So thank you, both of you. I'm sorry, I do have one more comment if no one else is going to go. And it's not related. It's just a timely. It's related to the statement that Council Members Madrone and Nguyen and Gilman read, and I just wanted to highlight that although our statement only references white supremacy groups, and that's largely because of what Department of Homeland Security and FBI highlighted, that I hope that as we direct the city manager to develop a plan for community safety, that we're taking a broad reach at extremist violence and supremacist-based violence. I've learned a lot from Professor Zoltan Grossman about this topic, especially over the last few months. And it's important that we don't pigeonhole ourselves into white supremacy and white supremacy only, because the reality of far-right extremism is broader than that. And I'm thinking specifically about Christian supremacy, not Christians in general, but Christian supremacy, which has characteristics of anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, xenophobia, anti-LGBTQ, and yet those groups can be racially diverse. And we've seen that locally with, for example, American Wolf paramilitary. So I just wanted to put that out there. I didn't get a chance to say it in the announcements portion, but it does tie into our work. And I hope, City Manager, that you will consider that when you're developing the community safety plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to thank folks for coming out as well, especially just starting out with the climate reality, and just like what a way to take, you know, we're intensely focused on one incident over the weekend, and just to really broaden it out and remember, like, wow, we are all facing this huge, scary, looming threat of climate change, and it just adds to it's one more stressor in all of our lives. So I appreciate that you came tonight to speak and raise like ground us in that reality that our disagreements and conflicts in Olympia are happening in the context of a major collective threat. And I look forward to hearing the plan presentation tonight and the climate emergency declaration. And I know that that's not enough, and we have to do more. I wanted to speak about the comp plan amendment application that came in, and Jim Lazar and Peggy Bruton spoke about it tonight. And I want to say, I don't, just in the council members I've spoken to, City Manager, I don't necessarily think there's going to be support for passing that as an amendment, since it really would be part of a whole reimagining our transportation system, and which seems appropriate for the comprehensive plan, the entire update. That being said, I did have a question for Jay Burney or possibly Rich Hoy. Is there a way, would council be able to pass, to consider a motion that would like to be a moratorium on moving forward with transportation plans that specifically depend on that road plan being completed? I'm thinking of, this would be in the past, but the roundabout at Morse Merriman, it was built assuming that there was going to be traffic capacity going on Log Cabin Road. I guess what I'm saying, I'll commit to talking to Jay and Rich about exploring that possibility. And then lastly, I wanted to thank the people that came and spoke about Red Lion. It takes a lot of courage to do that, even though obviously you heard where I was coming from. I want to thank especially Tiara Watkins. Your point was very well. It hit me really, really well as well, that we do need to be better about communication. And I would like to request from Jay or maybe Keith that we could, as council, could get kind of a bullet point to some of the questions that Tiara asked tonight, to be able to share with Tiara and other members of the community. Because it does strike me that there's very, very clearly an information gap, part of it. Not to say that we've fixed everything, because it's a work in progress. One moment. I mean, I would say that it's on the people planning and action to do the homework to find out the state of things, so that the demands are relevant. But I 100% agree with the spirit of what you're saying, Tiara Watkins. And as far as Jessica, thanks for boosting the idea of some kind of a restorative process. I don't have an answer to that right now, but I think it's something worth considering as a way to model this reimagining public safety. And so I'd like to think more about that. And lastly, I wanted to speak to, so Emma Dietz, you know, how you obviously you feel a lot of burden for taking care of and supporting people in our community who are at some of like the lowest points in our community, the lowest points of their lives. And I just wanted to tell you that I hear the burden that you're speaking to. But I guess where my frustration comes from is it feels like this action was taken or led by a lot of people that share the same concerns as a lot of us in the community, but are just kind of the newest group to start caring about it. That there's a lot of us who are just like you, who are in all places in the county and the city, whether that's like employees or just community members. Like there's a network that's been strengthening because of a lot of people's work over the last few years. I mean, longer than the last few years. And I just want you to, like, it just sounds like, I get the feeling just intuitively that there's a lot of feeling of isolation amongst people who would have organized an action like that. And part of that security culture thing, right? You know, limited number of people that hear about what's going on, so you're kind of cut off from a larger network. And that's a choice, but I have come to lean more into building trust culture rather than security culture. I think it's more holistic. It's harder, it's riskier, but we have to start somewhere because we really are all in this together. Housing, climate, racial justice, and I know it's not fast enough. I know that. I think we all hear that. I'll stop talking. Thank you for giving me the time. I'm pretty passionate about what's going on right now, and I hope that we can count you in for growing our system, and that the information we can share can be helpful, but toward the mutual goal of making things better for everybody and centering the people that are most impacted by the harms and oppressions of the system and the housing system particularly.
I just wanted to address the Justice for Yvonne campaign to say that I've made my public comments regarding this case, and I don't have any further statement to read out other than my public statement, which was made on my Facebook page, my council member Facebook page on September 27th. So that's all I have to say on that. And that's awaiting the investigation. And out of respect for Yvonne McDonald's family collectively, I don't have any further statements to make publicly at this time. And as for, just homelessness response, which I understand was the motivating concern of people who took part in the action at the Red Lion. And just to say that I am totally open for some folks said, you know, that you should bridge with the housing activists, and I am very interested in sharing conversation as well as context of why over the last couple of years we have moved towards a shelter-in-place support approach and a harm reduction approach in this county. One of the reasons being, I don't want to take up too much time in this meeting, but one of the reasons being that getting folks into temporary shelters actually proved to not be working for most people, and that's why we have not the city but the county has come around to funding providers who go and do that outreach at the places where people live. In the past, when we've opened up temporary shelters, and in fact, even during the pandemic, it's actually hard to get people who qualify for a hotel room to take up that option, because it means leaving all your supplies. It means leaving your natural network of community. So people that are able to quarantine and maintain social distance at the camps have many times chosen to do that. So I really think the system that we have been building over these last couple of years, which has been with the providers, with the harm reduction network, with the people that are houseless, through various networks, is really set on the right direction. I think at this point, it's not so much an entirely different way of doing things that we need to look at as much as it is scaling up. So we've put a lot of city money towards building not just shelter, but permanent housing for people. That's going up on Martin Way, 2828 Martin Way. So I think that's where some of the action I just don't felt matched where the system is at, because an action like that is usually about trying to get a system to completely rethink our values or the way we do things. In fact, we've already done that heavy lifting work, and it's really about getting more resources into that model so it scales up to the at the level that it deserves. As far as response, I think that really leads to the question of what kind of first responders do we want in a situation like that, and I think that's one of the many questions that are going to be addressed in these parallel processes happening this year around reimagining public safety. So I hope people will take the time to contribute their thoughts in that process. That process came, of course, out of the community outcry for to do things in a different way. And as much as I wanted to push to have things happen faster at the city, and I wasn't the only council member, by the way, but we pushed for change, and this is the process that we got, and I'm in support of it. When the city has taken time to really guide a process and invite the community into that process, we've come out with not only a better product as far as a plan, but just an elevation of the community's understanding and consciousness of what the problem itself is. And so I really hope that folks will participate in that in earnest, because that is a good place to do it. And I think that's all I'll say. Thanks for coming out.
Just wanted to say the same. Thanks for coming out. I support you and look forward to the ordinance coming before us. And then just the only other speaker who spoke on a different topic was Anna Stusser. And nice, it's been so long since I've seen you. Nice to see you, Anna. And I just wanted to make sure that you heard at the top of the meeting that we were going to have information on our website related to, you were talking about the shootings, and then specifically some support for our Asian and Pacific Islander community members here in Olympia and Greater Thurston County. So be sure to check the website for that. And thanks for coming and speaking, everybody. I just want to thank you, Jeff Lawyer, for speaking to us about this, and commend that. I think this is a great example of the city and the port, of course, as well, partnering with community members who have relationships with folks on the streets and seeing what came from that. And I'm really pleased, and I hope to see it continue, and I know it will. So just thank you so much. Just wanted to second that, and thank you, Sean, for coming to speak with us tonight and for reaching out to me about meeting earlier today. And just as we, while I was sitting in the meeting and thinking about what is our metric of success here, and I know that initially with the mitigation site, it was viewed as a place where people would stay temporarily until they get housing, and that's of course still a very laudable goal. And just want to keep it at the surface that while it's important to have good service connections, service providers doing the work in there, people can't move into housing that doesn't exist. So we know that that's going to be key to getting folks transition into safe solutions afterwards, is to actually have that housing.
But yeah, it was a wonderful meeting. And I have to say there, the new case manager there, she's been there about 3 months, Lisa. I think we're really lucky to have her. She's actually kind of a rock star in the affordable housing world. She speaks at conferences. She has lived experience with housing instability herself. And so I was really, really pleased. I didn't realize that she was a hire, but running into her, I met her at the Ending Homelessness conference years ago. So, and she comes up all the way from Centralia to do this job. So she must love it.
That's great. Thank you. I heard a lot of food for thought in the comments tonight, and just regarding safety and crime issues and safe and welcome around camps. I'm really, really hopeful about the program that the county is getting up and running to sort of help to build the relationships up front between outreach workers and camps to facilitate good neighborhood relations between camps and neighbors. And I just, to the point, because we hear it a lot about what there has to be more accountability, and that word means a lot of different things to different people. And I think, I know that a lot of the reasons why we have such high homelessness that's been growing over the last decade in particular is because of chickens coming home to roost with the way that our current systems have dealt with issues like poverty and drug use and such over the decades as criminal issues, which really just furthers the cycle of homelessness and exacerbates the problem, and we get caught in this vicious cycle. So I'm really encouraged by the more public health approach and wraparound services and alternatives like drug court, mental health court, solutions that support, well, it's like we were talking about the whole person in the arts discussion earlier, systems that support the whole people in our community and thereby will support the whole community. I know it's sort of unfamiliar models to parts of Olympia and Thurston County, but there's a lot that they have going for them, and we're seeing good results. And we will continue to see more as we invest in more of a person-centered public health, community health approach, rather than the old model of essentially catch and release, which related to drug use, vandalism, other crimes, which hasn't really bettered our community. So I know it's a big topic of conversation, but I just wanted to add my 2 cents into the conversation. And thanks for coming, everyone who came to speak. I was just going to say that as well. I just, I've listened to what you said, Candy, but it just makes me feel that we're going in the right direction and that we're embarking on becoming a learning organization. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing and our staff are doing and our community grappling with the.
Sure, I will. Thank you. This is a really hard thing, of course, and we have to remain, while we do have a responsibility for safety of the whole community, we have to make sure that we are especially focusing on and centering on the people that are going to be most directly impacted by this sweep tomorrow. I think I believe we're doing that. Although this is a staff level decision and this was the city manager's decision, I honestly can't say that I can see any better choice at this point, and that's really hard to say. But I just want to thank everybody who in the community, because not a lot of people came to public comment, but I know the feelings and the tensions and the fears and anger in the community are really really palpable right now. And I just want to thank everybody who cares about this community, and it's the people that are working to build the people that are surviving out there. You are survivors, and you don't, and one of the things I know from trauma-informed care and my background is none of us, city government, nonprofit, community members, like, we aren't saviors to people on the streets. They don't need saving. And this would be a hard winter for people either way. Whatever action we would have taken. I'm really grateful that we have more resources available to the folks that are being moved than we ever have before. I think that we and the staff did the best that you could in working with the partners and there's different understandings at the regional level of social responsibility around homelessness. And I appreciate what Jay and Keith and Kim and all the partners do to raise awareness and have conversation about our responsibilities. I guess the word that really comes to mind is just grief. And that nobody likes the situation that we're in, with so much disparity and suffering. And I know that there's people that think that, why don't you just sweep all encampments? And then I know there's people that think that that it's never justified, and there's always a better solution. And I think that all of us at the city and the partners on this issue, I hope that despite our differences, that we can somehow come together, if not physically, just in a space of recognizing how much grief this injustice does to everybody, and just try to take care of each other through it, and just hope for more partnership. I just briefly, I'll add, I've spoken a lot over the years about describing like sweeps and other short-term tactics as kind of in a like a metaphor of an addiction, that an organization can have an addiction to a certain response to a problem. And we made a decision years ago to start doing things differently, and to work to drop that habit, which is in decades, if not centuries, of entrenched here. And I believe we've done tremendous work, but I also, as I've been reflecting over this last year, when someone is, I'm gonna personify the city as an organization, when someone is working hard to make a big change in the way that they act, if that person isn't supported in making that change, it doesn't have appropriate supports and resources, it's really hard to be successful. And we have we've shifted so much of our budget and our strategy and our culture and our commitment to learning and openness around this issue, and we've done so much, but the context we're operating in, I just have to say, is not supportive of these actions, or at best from the county and state, we have tepid support and inconsistent support, or particularly when it comes to the state, hardly even acknowledgement. And I hope that those that are feeling deeply frustrated with us in the community will continue with us to advocate for those supports at the higher level. I don't know how much sway we have around federal policy, but we are the capital city. We should be able to get together as a community and demand better from the state and the county. The county is constitutionally responsible for public health in the state of Washington. I'm going to repeat that. The county is constitutionally responsible for public health, and we need their help. We need their support. This is a problem in communities all over the country. It's not an Olympia problem. It's not a liberal government problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't be setting up emergency shelters in Walla Walla, expecting 10 people to show up and having 100 people show. This is just why this is everywhere. And I'm just really glad that over the years, we at the city have decided not to, as a knee-jerk response, not to just try to wipe out of sight, out of mind. We are saying this challenge is going to be with us until we all shift at all institutions at all levels. So I know I went on a little while. This is a really emotional and hard-hitting thing for all of us, and certainly for me, and as I'm wrapping up my time on council. But grief, I think we should acknowledge it. And how do we come together to acknowledge how deeply harmful these long-standing structures are, so that we can keep moving ahead, so that our children's and grandchildren's generation don't have to grapple with this kind of pain anymore. It doesn't have to be this way. And so just again, thank you everyone for caring. Thank you staff. Thank you Oli Map. And to the folks that are at the camp, and we'll be leaving, I'm very sorry that I believe this is the best we could do. Thank you. Oh, thanks. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, I don't have anything to add either. I appreciate the overview from council members Cooper and Madrone. Just for like a bit of perspective, I know it's always really shocking to hear that's something that a managed site is coming to an area that hasn't had that in the past, and especially people are concerned about children's safety, as we all should be concerned about children in our community. And I just like to, it's an uncomfortable truth, but I like to inject into this conversation that children are more at risk of harm by people who know them, and by people that they know and love and trust, than they are from strangers. So I just want to keep that in mind. These folks are our neighbors and our community members too. And yeah, we want to have standards and everything, and the people that live there want to live in a safe place too. But I just think I want to broaden the perspective about what it looks like to take care of children's safety.
Because it's a lot. I know.
I'll try. I know. Like, as I'm listening to everybody, I wish I could spend like 5 minutes at least talking about everything I learned from each one of you, everybody on this screen. And I might be able to say a few at the end, being aware of time, because we want to hear from our public comment as well. But I just want to overwhelmingly emphasize that I am just so proud of this organization. Everybody that's on the screen or off the screen, this community of Olympia, we have been through so much these last 4 years, and just so much. And we're not out of it yet either, as much. It's so overwhelming to hear all the kind words, and yet, as we look out at how people in our community are struggling and living, we know that that we have a long ways to go. We have a lot to celebrate and a long ways to go. We have made a huge shift, and I don't know what I was picturing council being like at all 4 years ago. When I try to think back then, it's like it's a different dimension or something. Like there's some kind of council wormhole or something. And I don't know what I expected.
but I know that, and we don't get to choose our circumstances, right? Like none of us chose a pandemic, and to happen, 2 years ago and ongoing, and we don't get to choose that. There's so much that we are just playing defense to, frankly, whether it's the rise in homelessness and diseases of despair, including addiction, and we are the results of all that came before us. See, that's kind of the line that came to me last night while I was trying just to to really sum it up, and that's so hard because people are struggling, and they come to us, like as Cooper said, like at the closest level of government to the people, and they want things better now, and they need things better now, and they deserve it. And the hard thing is knowing that none of us have any power to just flip a switch or a magic wand or make things better for everybody. Then we would have the power to go back and reverse the institution of slavery or the colonization of this continent, right? Like there's a lot of pain that we inherit, and that our community inherits, and that people look to us for that change. And it's been a very humbling experience. I do think that when we bring in the people that are most impacted by injustices and most marginalized, that is really what changes the conversation. And I have heard from people over the years that will call me a thought leader or whatnot, but I really have to say that is just, I think to the degree that that's true, it's because of who I'm listening to. And I think we're all doing better at that constantly, of bringing in people who've been harmed by racism, people who've been harmed by housing policies, the war on drugs. We're changing. It's mind-boggling, really, and it's hard to capture all of the change. I hope, like in the coming years, that I can have some time to unpack and write more and really understand what we were doing, because there's just so much. But my wish for this coming council and for this community is to be courageous, to be bold, to search for context, be curious about context, to take off our masks, not our COVID masks, but to take off the ways we hide our real selves from each other. To remember that humility is our strength. And related to the conversation about activism and where we can go, and where I agree, we really need our community and our activists. And I think in a lot of ways, in where the city and the community, as the Olympia community, and especially those who have been fighting for social justice, are closer together, I believe, than we've probably ever been. I have this kind of model in my mind of how social change happens. And those, I don't know what, I should have Googled and found out what these are called, but it's like it's kind of like a gravity toy where there's like 7 little metal balls, and you can pick one up and then it sends, right? So that's what I see. So when I hear the kind of conversations that our staff or our council members are having with other jurisdictions, I'm just blown away. It's like, wow, you all sound a lot like Just Housing or Meg Martin, like people that have been coming to the city hall and kind of trying to break the wall, and so that I've just seen that shift. And I want to thank all of you, and I'm going to say especially Jay, Bernie, like you just embody openness, and especially to the outside groups who haven't always found City Hall approachable. I think we've all gotten better about being willing to hear messages that are hard to hear. And I think we've been doing our part to soften the edges of City Hall and help some of those walls come down, so that we come through whatever's ahead together. I definitely drank the water here, and I will always be back. I'm really happy that to always consider Olympia a home. I think I'll be, even if I'm not living in Olympia, I'll be a long distance Olympian. That's what I decided tonight. And I will take those Olympia values with me wherever I go, which may be Olympia again. We'll see. I really don't know, but there's just so much I'm thankful for to all of you, and I'm just so proud of where we're going, and I know Olympia is in good hands. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Selby. And Councilmember Gilman let me use his helmet for the proclamation, so I was honored, so thank you. I'm gonna wear it. I like the hat. The proclamation is, whereas transportation accounts for about 1/3 of the energy use in Thurston County and about half of CO2 emissions from fossil fuel, and whereas the city has a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and whereas bicycling is one of the cleanest and most energy efficient forms of transportation, and whereas bicycling is a mode of transportation well suited to small cities like Olympia, where many of our trips are short, and whereas bicycle commuting can help reduce congestion and offset costly transportation system expansion, and whereas bicycle commuting makes people healthier, more productive, and reduces chronic diseases through physical activity, and whereas the City of Olympia has an extensive bicycle network, which includes a bike corridor, 32 miles of bicycle lane, and 10 miles of the regional trail system within city limits. And whereas the City of Olympia continues to expand the bicycle network, and whereas Intercity Transit, with many sponsors including the Capital Bicycling Club and 48 local and regional businesses, is hosting the 30th annual Bicycle Commuter Contest during the month of May 2018. Now therefore be it resolved that in recognition of the 48th Earth Day and the 61st National Bike Month, the Olympia City Council hereby proclaims the month of May 2018 as Bicycle Commuter Month in the City of Olympia, and encourages all members of our community to ride their bikes to work, school, and on their errands during the month of May and throughout the year.
We will not give up.